Live, live. Let me put this down. Hey, 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 hey. Hold on one second. How are you guys? Hey, Curious KB. Hey, Wyatt. How's everybody doing? I couldn't wait any longer. I know he's still alive, probably, but I couldn't wait because I want to try to get some of this trial watched. I tried to wait as long as I could, but well, I just want to get this watched. And I know probably a lot of people would just stay over there. It's fine, but at least it'll be up and they'll kind of be able to watch it with us because they'll be at least be able to read the chat and stuff. Because I mean, we only have Tuesday, so we have is today Thursday or Friday? Wait a minute. Hold on. I don't even know what today is. Oh my Lord. Today's Friday. Yeah. So we got Saturday, Sunday, Monday, like 3 days to watch like 5 days worth of trial. We might have to skip some. I really wanted to get it done before the sentencing. And I feel like that would have been it's perfect. So I feel like we got to do it. We got to do it. Oh, that noise. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. It was something people basically spun this lie. I guess I'll just explain it real quick for people that don't know. So I was covering the Gannon Stout case. He had a trial, right? They had a trial. It was on WebEx or whatever. A lot of people were covering it. I actually didn't live stream the trial because I was doing something else, but I talked about it afterwards and stuff. Well, I ordered the case files. Okay. So with the case files came, it was like the people's exhibits, all the trial files. I got all the trial files, right? Well, a part of the trial files were his autopsy pictures, Gannon's autopsy pictures, right? And so I chose to. So first of all, there are channels that showed it. So they did show it during the trial. They showed the pictures. Some people blurred them out. Some people showed them. There's still people, Scott Reich, Denver News, Mel did have it up until all the stuff happened with me. He took it down. There's still channels that have the same pictures up that everybody's talking about, right? So they have them up at the trial, right? It's the same pictures. They put them up. The coroner explained them, right? So when I ordered the files, I got the pictures. So what I did is I made a video. I put the coroner explaining the same pictures as the trial, the coroner explaining it during the trial. I had the actual photo, like the actual pictures, but it was the same things that they put on the projector, right? But what I did is I overlaid the coroner explaining the injuries with like during the trial, she would point to him with her stick or her finger or whatever. So since I had the photos instead of not being up on a projector, same pictures, I just had her talking about him and I circled what she was talking about, right? I put it on my Patreon because I didn't think it was appropriate for YouTube because that's what Patreon is for, things that maybe aren't appropriate for YouTube. I just thought, you know what, it'll be better on my Patreon. I had under 20 Patreons when I did this, right? My Patreon is $3 to join. It's Patreon. There's a charge to be a patron to people's Patreon. $3 to join. You could see everything on my Patreon. It's my Patreon account. It's just $3 to be a member, and then you could just see all my videos. Well, I chose to put that video on my Patreon because I thought it was more appropriate where not anybody could click on it. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be more secured. I had 20 people at the time, less than 20. I think I had like 16 or 17. It was under 20 people. I just thought it'd be more protected, right? Well, there's 2 channels that have been trying to take me down. They've been jealous. 2 drama channels. Well, they spun it that she's charging money for she's selling autopsy pictures. She's showing his genitals, which I wasn't. I have the same pictures. They spread it, right? They spread it to other channels. Mainstream. They contacted Brian and they contacted the family. They made up lies. They said I was showing genitals and I was laughing at the genitals. Absolutely false. It's lies. Well, Brian Enton contacted me. He never saw the video. He wanted to have me on. I was out of town with bad cell service, right? So I said, when I get back, maybe, I could do it. But he told me he didn't even see the video I made. But he went on with the prosecutor saying that I had these photos that showed the genitals. So the prosecutor's like, well, I don't know where she got these photos because I never even seen photos with showing the genitals. It was a lie. It was the same photos that were at the trial. They did not show his genitals. Nobody made fun of him. But if you go look that up, that's the lies that got spread, that I'm selling autopsy pictures, that I showed his genitals, that I was making fun of him, all freaking lies. These photos are what they showed at the trial. Other channels have them up on their YouTube. I chose to put it on my Patreon because I thought it was more sensitive material. The family now believes these lies because Law and Crime, Brian Ettons, had the family on spreading the lies saying, I showed the genitals and I was making fun of him. Complete lie. So yeah, they're hurt because of lies. They're lies, but those same photos are up on YouTube channels for anybody to click on them right now, on reputable channels. One guy's a lawyer. One of the channels is a lawyer that they're on, but not one word about them. But because I have it on my Patreon, which I was trying to make it more protected, so not anybody could just click on it. I thought, you know what, this actually is more appropriate. I talked it out with my people, the viewers, went over, like the pros and cons. And we decided it would be better to put on my Patreon than put on YouTube. So, but it's getting spun. I'm selling off, you're selling dead kids' autopsy photos. That's not what it is. It's not. It's ridiculous. That's not how it happened. And I hate it. I hate it that people just keep spewing the same lies. And then if I say, like, when I say, well, no, other people have them up too, because I got blamed with, now they're public because of me. No, I wasn't the first ones to make them public. I had mine on my Patreon. Those people that have YouTube channels were the first, and that's fine, but don't say I did that. But yeah, I'm trying to explain it now for some new people that don't understand, that probably weren't around for it. But I got bad advice at the time and was told to be quiet, and I shouldn't have taken that advice. So now when you look it up, you're going to see everybody else's side and you're not going to see my side because I stayed quiet. Now, in retrospect, I wish I would have did every interview, and I wish I would have accepted every interview. I had Fox, I had Court TV, I had News Nation, I had Daily Mail, Newsweek, all of them, even my local newspaper, the repository, and I declined every one. And I wish I would have went on every single freaking thing, but I got horrible advice to stay quiet. And that was my biggest mistake, because I could have set the record straight, cleared up the lies at the beginning, but it's just, it's just bullcrap, because now, like, I can't even go in somebody else's chat without getting attacked. It sucks, but anyway. Yeah, hindsight 2020. I mean, yeah, I know, but I feel like I probably will every time, like, I, try to gain new supporters, people like throw out these lies, and then people are like, because what they hear is I sold dead kid's autopsy photos. That's not what I did. And I made fun of a kid's genitals. That's absolutely false. These are false. But the minute I try to explain it, it's like, you're making excuses. Just admit it. It's like, I'm not going to admit something that I didn't do, Yeah, I know. It just sucks though, because like I said, I probably will lose a lot of people, because now they're going to go look up. If you look it up, they're going to look up and they're going to see all of these other people covering it with lies. And then, oh, well, there's nothing I could do about it, but it just sucks, because I would have loved to go up on his channel, because he's having people up. I would have went, but I had to get out of there. It was like I was getting attacked. I was just trying to, like, focus on we're talking about Wade. We're talking about Pablo, how awesome he did with Kristen. That was awesome. But yet they have to keep bringing me up. I try to ignore it, but then I just, I commented, and it was ridiculous. I had to leave. So I'm sorry. I wish I would have loved to go up and chat with him, but I would have got attacked. I just didn't think, I don't know. I was thinking I could go in there and people, I don't know. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't think, I thought at least the people that don't like me would have respected them and just kept their mouths shut, but I guess not. No, I know. No, that's my whole point, Lemarian. I don't want to go up because I will get attacked by the chat, and it's just not worth it. And I don't even want to do that to Pablo because then he's going to get crap. Why are you having her up there? She's so dead. And then it's going to turn into like talking about that, and that's not what it should be about. You know what I'm saying? So no, I just, even for his sake, I don't want to go up there because no, yeah, I don't know. I know people did. I know I saw people standing up for me. I know. Um, Thank you, and thank you for doing that. Thank you. It just sucks because I hate when people are like, well, "What happened? What'd she do?" And then they hear from these liars lies. You know what I'm saying? And I just hope that they like. And here's the sucky thing. I should say I hope they do their own research, but there's nothing out there because I didn't do interviews. So I just hope they would come to me and ask me. You know, but oh, cool. Well, I'm glad, Mike. All right, so let's continue. You guys want to try to finish the trial? Yeah, I know. I know, Nana. You guys, thank you. Hi, Christy. Hi, Godcham. Thank you, guys. I just wanted to explain it in case if some people don't know. I would like everybody to at least hear the truth of what actually happened. You know what I'm saying? But thank you, East Coast. All right, so wait, Madeline Soto? What? Why'd you put Madeline Soto? Marissa? Oh, thanks, Slow Morrison. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I already did. I apologize for my part. I'm not going to apologize for something that I didn't do, though. Okay. I'm sorry I hurt the family, but the family is hurt by the lies that are going around because they think that I made fun of his genitals and stuff. I mean, you could watch the interview, they talk about that, and it's like they're hurt by something that I didn't do. That's not true. I didn't do that. And the fact is that you could go on a couple YouTube channels right now. Anybody could click on the things. So it's just like it just seems like where I have mine more protected, so not everybody could click on it. These channels are monetized. So this whole paywall crap is bull crap. They're monetized. They get paid. I don't know. And like I said, I had less than 20 Patreons. But I did. I apologized for hurting the family. I owned up for the part that I did already. But I'm not going to apologize for something I didn't do. I'm sorry. No. And you wouldn't want to do that either. Nobody's going to want to like, oh, I apologize for something you didn't do. No, that's not right. Anyway, thank you, Nikki. Thank you for joining. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound off. All right. So, yeah, Slow Morrison and Nikki, thank you. Where's Slow? Wait, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys. I know. I just wish I would have done those interviews and then people would be able to click on those and see. I'm confused because I thought Bella was here being like I think the live before Bella was here supporting me. So Bella, you're telling I'm pretty sure. So now you go over there and you listen to people and you're not going to believe me. And you're just going to now start turn on me because of, okay, that's way to keep an open mind. And I guess I don't want somebody that doesn't trust me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have a supporter that can't trust me and thinks that I'm lying. Oh, it's like, why is my coffee cold? I got a new one. I have two. Okay. But yeah, then I guess I don't. I never said it wasn't a huge mistake. Never said it wasn't. Of course it was. But it's not, I don't know. It's a huge mistake because I wish I would have known. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. You know what I'm saying? I explained what happened. I don't need to. Yeah, I mean, that's what do you want me to say? I don't want to like turn this into that. Anyway. And that's true. It's like people act like everybody acts like they're perfect. So yeah, I made a huge bad judgment call. But it's like I just wish the same rules were for everybody. So it's like, yeah, I guess okay, that's off limits now. But then when I see like other people doing it, it's like, well, what is off limits? So it's off limits for me, but not for others. So it is really tricky of like what, but that's how I have to take it. Like my rules are a little bit more stricter for some reason. I don't know. I don't know how. I'm trying to learn, but it's just like when I see other channels like Brian Enton put up the injuries of Ruby Frankie's kids up, the one that attacked me now a few months ago, he puts them up. One of the only few channels that put them up unblurred, the horrible injuries of Ruby Frankie's kids that are minors. And he's the one that called me an evil monster. Hypocritical much? So where's the line at, Brian? Anyway. All right. So, I know. I did. I did. For my part in it, I did. I'm still a little bit like, but yeah, bad judgment call. I will not do that again. I will not do that again. Yeah, I definitely did. But some people just won't let me move on. They will not let me move on. I know, Mike, but there are some new people that were asking. I think Lemarian, and there's a few people that are like, what'd you do? Can you explain it? That's why I'm explaining it. Because there are some people that didn't know. And I want them to at least be able to hear my side. Then you could go look it up and you choose what you want to believe, you know? But at least that since I didn't do any interviews, at least I could tell you, you know, I really wish I would have done some interviews. Okay. So, oh, thanks, Rose. Thanks, Susan. So let's just continue. You guys want to watch this trial? And then like the next break, I want to watch the first cause, you guys. We got to listen to that. So the next break, we're going to do that because I've been wanting to do that so bad, but let's do it during, after the next testimony. You guys still want to watch it, right? Let me share my screen. I have it still pulled up from before. This sucks. So I wish I could have like, enjoyed the live. I was looking forward to that live so much and it just ruined it for me. The Pablo's, not because of him. It's not his fault, but it just sucks because like I was so anxious and I don't even know. I didn't get to really enjoy it. I didn't really get to hear much of it because the chat, but oh well, I had to leave. Oh, thanks, Michelle. Okay, 1 second. Let me share my screen over here. I forgot to log in over here real quick. Hopefully you guys are ready for a long night. Because I want to watch. I want to try to get through a big chunk of it tonight if you guys are up for it. Let me just log into my other account real quick. Not my other account, my StreamYard over here on my computer so I could share my screen. All right, here we go. My mom, I had her hide it, but she brought I'm bad.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Don't avoid his channel though, Godsham, because he's a great creator and he didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't his fault. I saw that his mods were trying to delete those messages, but there were just so many, and I think he only had one mod or two. They couldn't keep up, but they were trying. I wouldn't avoid him because he's a good guy. I mean, it's not his fault. Oh, there's going on a break. Hold on, I have to fast forward it. Okay.
All right, let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, defendant are all present. Are we ready to proceed?
State's ready.
Ready to bring back the jury.
Not my breath.
Stop eating these. They're so good. The texture is so good. They're like soft. This is actually orange. Kind of looks like well, I guess it looks orange. Oh, JD, delay. I heard he was. No, they're talking about JD. I heard he was. That was really nice of him. I didn't see it because I was out. I had to leave chat. I heard he was defending me. That's cool. It means a lot when other creators do because
I'd like to call Miss Amy Slobodian.
they could take a lot of heat for that, you know?
Slobodian.
Mr. Gardner, what was the first name?
Amy.
This is Amy. That's who. Sorry, I don't want to talk loud. This is who was on that live last night. Amy, Mila's friend.
If you just stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take the stand. Watch your seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
my name is Amy Slobodian.
And Ms. Slobodian, you know a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for over 10 years.
Does she have a nickname?
Mila.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the 6th of October of 2019. Did you go anywhere that evening?
Yeah, I did. I just recently came back from South Dakota and I was like, I want to go see some friends. So I went down to the Buddha.
And about what time did you go there?
It was a little after 10,
And about how close to the Buddha do you live at that time?
maybe a mile.
And did you go there by yourself?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you see anyone you knew?
I saw Mila.
Okay. Did you see anyone else?
I saw Wade.
You say Wade. Who's that?
Wade Wilson.
Okay.
She
And
introduced me to him.
do you see Mr. Wilson here in court today?
Hmm.
See you nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's in the blue suit.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses also identified Mr. Wilson.
All right.
Now, at some point in the evening, did you decide to leave the Buddha?
Yes, I did. It was a little before closing time. I usually leave before it's after 2. And I walked outside, and when I walked outside, I noticed Mila's car to the right of me leaving. And then I noticed to the left of me at the stoop, Mila was standing there. So I was like, why is your car driving away? And she said, Wade took the car and he left. So I offered her a ride to my house if she wanted to just come to my house because I was right around the corner.
Okay. And did she accept your
Yes,
offer?
she did. And she spent the night with me.
Okay. Where did she sleep that night?
She slept on the sofa.
Did anything happen the following morning?
Yes, I had my bedroom door open and I heard her speaking on her phone saying, I don't know, let me check for a piece of mail and I'll give you the address. And I hollered to her, Mila, I don't know him. I don't want him in my house. My son is here. I will take you wherever you need to go. Like, if you want me to drive you somewhere, I'll take you wherever you need to go. So she was like, we'll just meet you at my spa.
And you indicated that you heard, was the phone being utilized at that
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
But how many times would you say that phone was being used or called?
They were talking on and off. It just kept ringing and ringing. And the whole time, the whole ride, all the way to the spa.
So did you feel comfortable with him coming to your house?
Absolutely not. I don't let strangers in my home.
So did you ultimately wind up driving her to the spa?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for her to want to meet up with him?
She wanted to get her keys and her driver's license and her car. She wanted her car back.
When you arrived at the spa, was Mr. Wilson there?
So they were on the phone while we were pulling up, and she said, we're going to be pulling up soon. And he goes, I'm pulling in right now. And it wasn't her car because there was a black car in front of us that was turning and pulling in. So my car was little, the entranceway was here. So I just kind of pulled in and backed into the first spot right there. And the black car was right here next to me.
Judge, let the record reflect on Pearson Martha, Stacy number 19. Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Bozier, I'm showing you some Pearson Martha, Stacy Zoom number 19. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's Mila Spa.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict
Yes.
Mia's spa?
Mhm.
Judge State moves Stacy Zimmer 19 in evidence at this time. No objection.
You admitted?
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So you're pulling into this parking lot and you've gone ahead and parked and you see Mr. Wilson in a black vehicle that you don't recognize as the one he left the Buddha in that night. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. So you park and he parks, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
yes,
Do you get out of your car?
no,
Does Mia or Miss Martinez get out of her car?
yes. Mila got out and went to the driver's side window.
What did you see?
She was just trying to get her stuff, and they were having just words back and forth, and then he tried to pull her in the window.
How did she respond?
She started fighting immediately.
What else did she do?
She wound up falling backwards, and then Wade got out of the vehicle after her, but the car wasn't in park. It was actually still rolling, so it almost ran them over. And then he slammed it in park and then went after her immediately. He was ripping her dress off of her. He was pulling her hair. Her extensions were everywhere, all over the ground. And then he proceeded to drag her from the parking lot to the stairs, up the stairs. She was holding onto the banister like a monkey, trying to hold on, and he just kept ripping her more and more to the door upstairs.
How tall would you say Miss Montanez is?
I'm only 5'4". She's shorter than me.
About how much would you say she weighed?
She's got to be 125 pounds. She's light, little.
What color hair does she have at
Blonde.
that time? Did anyone else see?
There was a
what,
lot
you
of
were seeing?
people. There was people walking on the sidewalk. There was I don't know if it's an upholstery shop or what it was, but design shop on the corner that has open windows. And there was a lawyer office. It was broad daylight.
Did anyone come to her assistance?
It happened so fast, and I immediately called 911.
When you saw them go upstairs towards the spa, what did you see Mr. Wilson do to Miss Montanez?
Instantly, when he punched her, he dragged her from the lower part of the stairs to the upper part of the stairs. He pinned her up against the wall by his hands on her throat, and then he punched her in her face. When he punched her in her face, her nose exploded. And I don't know if it was sirens in the background or the sound or the blood that came out of her nose that spooked him, but he immediately got into the black car and just started taking off.
Now, was he making any threats to her when he was beating her?
I mean, it was so fast, but he did threaten. He did say, he said to me if I got out of the car, he was going to kill me.
Say anything towards Miss Montanez?
Oh, he was trying to hurt her. He was trying to get her in the car to get away with her.
Was he saying anything to her at the time that he was beating her and striking her?
It was so fast. I honestly, he was just dragging her and beating her.
After he was dragging and beating
Did you
her,
see
you
him
said
go?
he ultimately wound up leaving.
Yes. Mhm.
Man.
And after he left, what did you do?
We met with the police.
Yeah.
And did you ultimately end up finding her car?
Yeah. Afterwards, when I was leaving, I live you have to get on McGregor to get to the place that I was living at the time. And when I was driving down McGregor Boulevard, in the peripheral of my vision, I noticed the Hellcat. It was almost at the corner of one of the blocks and McGregor. So I called Mila immediately and I said, I just found your car. It's right by the Edison Country Club. It was on one of the side streets on the water side.
And after you found it, did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement regarding?
Yes,
what
I
you
called
observed?
a friend of mine that he's retired now. He was a police officer. I called him and I let him know I found the car.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge. Go across.
All right, you may step down.
Judge, at this time, state would respectfully be requesting that she be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused.
Thank you.
The state calls Melissa Montanez. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Mila's coming. So it looks like Alexis is. Wait, where's Alexis? Because she was there earlier. We saw her. I don't see her now. Oh, she might. I think she is behind his lawyer. I think I saw her head, like right here. Oh no, that isn't her. Did she leave for Mila's? She definitely was there earlier. We pointed her out. Hold on. I wish that officer would leave so we could see. Dang. I don't think she's there right now. Remember, the audio is out on this for a minute. For some reason, they screw it up. I don't know if they, I wonder if they actually did that on purpose. Maybe there was a part that they purposely redacted the audio. Does anybody, I wonder. It might be on purpose. But it comes on, but yeah, it stays off for a couple minutes. So that's not me, it's them. We should ask her. If somebody catches her on a lie, maybe ask, be like, the first part of your testimony was, we couldn't hear it on the trial. Was that on purpose? Hey, Justice Jane. She was like, I think she's 12 years older than Wade. I think that's what it was. Because he was born in 94. She was born in 83, I think. So that's 11 years older. I don't know. I have to look. I think she was born in 80. Or wait, is 81. Let me see. Hold on. Let me bring up her documents. Don't worry. Like I said, guys, it's not me. I wonder if they did it on purpose. Something she was saying that needed to be like redacted for public. I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me look at her information. How old she is. This one. All right, let's see. Okay. Is 82. That's where I got 12 years. She's born in 82. So yeah, she's 12 years older than him. He was born in 94. Oh, cool, Gucci. Thank you. That means a lot. Oh, hi, Yasin. Hey, Soul. Thank you for being here. Hi, Service Security. Hi, Thomas. I wish. This sucks, though, because if this was an accident and they screwed this audio up, that sucks. Like the one witness that was like probably the most interesting one for this case. We could try to read lips. Is there a lip reader in here? Hi, Edith. Oh, cool, Mama Bear. Oh, sane. I don't know, RV. Well, you heard her on that live yesterday. It almost sounds like that her and Lorenzo aren't doing it good. That they're gonna, it sounded like almost they might get a divorce or something. You want me to skip forward? It should be starting soon. I should have skipped through the audio or the muted part. I didn't realize it was this long.
So did you
Whoa.
tell him that you weren't going to go to this house with him?
Yes, I expressed at least 3 times he was trying to convince me to go to a house I did not want to go to.
So did you end up going with him to
No.
the house? How did he get there?
He stole my vehicle and went.
So did you know he was going to take your vehicle?
No,
How did you find out that your vehicle was?
I saw it leaving the Buddha.
So you were stuck at the Buddha without your car.
And Amy was out there. She was watching it drive away as well. And she said, "It's okay, come to my house."
So did you end up going to her house?
Yes,
And did you spend the night at her house?
yes.
Where did you stay?
On the couch.
Now, did you ever hear again from Wade Wilson?
At roughly 6, my phone starts either texting or calling. Around 8 something, 8:45, I start noticing and I start answering his phone calls.
Okay, so the first calls that he's making or text messages he's making, you don't receive those or talk to him at all?
I was sleeping.
When you first spoke with him, tell the jurors about how that conversation went.
When I first heard his voice, it was, "Where are you? Can I come get you?" I can't really remember, but it was more calm at first.
Okay.
As I started saying, "I want my keys, I want my car, where are you? I need to get them back," it escalated more into name calling and aggression and intimidation.
Okay. Now, let's go to where it starts to escalate. How are you able to tell that he's starting to escalate?
Raising his voice, calling me names,
What names is he calling you?
bitch, cunt, whore, all these different names. And just, I can't remember the threats per se, but it was very intimidating,
Did he appear to sound angry?
very angry.
Did you feel scared at this point?
Yes.
Now, the phone number that Judge, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I show a defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 20. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20, and I just ask if you look at it and tell me if you recognize that phone number.
That is my phone number.
Okay, and is that the phone number that he was calling you and texting you?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move 20 into evidence.
Objection. Be admitted.
At this time, the state pursuant to a notice of intent to rely upon certification of business records would also move 21 into evidence. I can show the defense counsel the records for Ms. Montanez.
You approach.
You may.
it sucks that, well, I was gonna say, like, at first she was looking that way. I was like, man, that would probably be sucky. Like, she has to like stare at him, and then when he comes up, he's pretty close to her, but they're pretty much blocking him from her though. But man, it can't be easy because he is staring at all the witnesses. I mean, at least when they just pan over, it looks like he's staring, and he looks freaking like intimidating the way he's looking at them. Wait, is he trying to look at Mila's looking away? I mean, she's not looking his way at all. That's true. They probably did do that on purpose, huh? Well, the defendant's allowed to go up and hear what the lawyers talk about. That's pretty common, actually, when that happens. They usually do go up with them. If you watch trials, they usually do. Because it's their case. They're allowed to be a part of it all. Oh, really? I've seen that a lot. I've seen that more than not. Most of them do go up there. I'm sure there's exceptions, but I'm sure there are people that don't, but I feel like I always notice it happening more than not. So what does he have under his jacket where it sticks up like that? Is that shocker thingy belt or whatever, or the oh, you think I don't know, shackles, but why would it? I'm trying to picture why it would make it do that. Because wouldn't the jacket be able to go over top of it? Oh, hey, Jessica.
State will move Exhibit 21 into evidence the business records associated with 239-333-5924 pursuant to a business record certification.
Any objection?
No.
All right, be admitted.
Now, when he was texting you and calling you, did you recognize the number that he was texting you and calling you from?
No,
Had he ever called or texted you from that number before?
no,
Now, did you end up agreeing to meet him someplace?
yes.
What was your purpose in meeting with him?
To retrieve my car and to get my keys, because I was finale. That was it. I wanted my property back to never see him again.
Now, did you believe that he would show up in your car when you
Of
met?
course, that's what he left in. Yes,
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes,
And was it a car that you recognized?
no,
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
yes,
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
no,
Now, when you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, "Where are my keys? Where's my car?" He was calm and just saying, "Get in the car, get in the car." And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No,
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress. Can
Yes.
you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your
He's
dress?
pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put it in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles to me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does
Yeah.
the fight move at some point?
Yes, so I either get drugged, pulled, can't remember by my hair, arm, or dress, to I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase and I'm holding onto that and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911. So I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there. And that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila's spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
What was your thought process in getting him to your spa?
Elongate the amount of time it took to get help. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'd probably never be seen again. It just elongate the amount of time. I knew help was on its way. The cop even said that's the most amount of pings they've ever heard from a 911 call ever. There was a crowd out there.
Okay.
So
you're essentially trying to buy time,
Yes.
hoping police will get there
Yes.
to get you away
help,
from him.
yes.
Now, you say so you're getting drugged by your hair, you're getting drugged by your dress.
Uh-huh.
Are the stairs to the left of the building the ones that the two of you go up?
Yes.
And where do you end up stopping once you get upstairs?
We ended up right outside suite number 6 is where my unit was at the time. And I didn't know whether, in my head, I didn't know whether I was going to be thrown over. I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body if they got me inside. I knew I was going to die that day. I was just buying time.
Okay, so at some point, does he continue to beat you as
Yes.
you're up there? Does he punch you?
Yes.
Okay, describe that punch.
The final and end punch that I remember, he got me so straight on and blood just went crazy everywhere. And it almost was like a minute where I could dunk under and run under his arm, run down the stairs. And then that's when my neighboring businesses, the design studio, were calling me, Mila, get in here. And then like, I didn't even realize how crazy I looked, but like they rescued me and I don't know what happened after that. I'm assuming he left.
So I'm going to stop. So it was the punch, was that the point that you were then able to duck and to get away?
I think, and also my friend, there was like a brief moment where it was like just so much blood.
So once you got downstairs, did you go into one of the design studios
Yes,
downstairs?
directly to the right, you see it on the thing. Looking at it is to the left on this picture. That's where they call me into their side office building.
Okay, so is it this door on the bottom right next to the steps?
Nope. Go over left.
This way?
Do you see the silver car?
Oh,
Go
this here.
that door right there.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm looking then, you're directing me or you're
I'm running
directed
down
me?
the stairs. They're calling me in that door.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put this on the record that it was by the silver car in the bottom left quadrant
Yep.
of the photograph.
Mhm.
There's a door, and that's the door that you went into.
Yes.
And did they lock the door to
Yes.
make sure you would be safe?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you talk to law enforcement about that evening and
As-
or that morning and what happened?
They came out immediately, interviewed me, took pictures of my injuries.
Okay.
Um,
And I'm going to, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. Ms. Montanez, I'm approaching you and showing you 22. Do you recognize this exhibit?
that's me.
Okay, and this area under your nose, is that
Blood.
blood? And is that after it was somewhat cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat cleaned up. Do you see the rag that's full of blood? That's me after cleaning my face. Yes.
Okay, so in your hand,
Mhm.
in the photograph, you're holding a bloody rag,
Yes.
and then you also still have some blood on your face.
Correct.
And is that from the time that he punched you?
Exactly. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 22 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You mentioned he was pulling your hair. Were you wearing extensions at the
Yes,
time?
my extensions were in disarray, somewhat pulled out and stuff. Yes.
Now, do you, as you're sitting here in court, see the person who was threatened to kill you and who was battering you that morning sitting in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and
Right here.
identify him by his clothing?
Wade Wilson in the blue suit.
Going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
We have a moment.
You may.
Would you just write on State's Exhibit 20 your name that's identifying that this phone number is yours?
Yes,
please?
and not only is this my number, if you Google Mila Spa, this is the
Sustain.
number.
Hold on.
Okay, so
This
let
is
me,
my
You have to
business
wait,
phone
ma'am,
number.
you have to wait for a question.
let me ask you, is this phone number your personal number or your business number?
Business.
Okay, and was the business number the one that he was calling that
Yes.
day? All right, so go ahead and put your name under that, indicating that that's your number.
Okay.
Can I have no further questions and tender the witness?
Ms. Montanez,
Yes,
when did you first meet Mr. Wilson?
I do not recall.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay. You guys, after this witness, hold on a second. Why won't that go away? Let's do the first phone call we'll listen to together. Take a little break. What does it say? There was a really good show about you. Yeah, because I've been dying to listen to that first call. I haven't heard it in weeks. Now, like after we've seen all of this and heard Mila's lives and heard everything, I feel like going back and listening to it we might pick up on some things that didn't really mean anything back then, but now it's like, wait a minute. Oh, maybe it happens sometimes. I always like to do that. with cases like to go back.
Thank you. Do you know a Josh Lukich?
Yes,
Did Mr. Wilson reside with him for
I
for
do
a
not
brief
recall.
while?
I do not know that the answer to that question.
Um, When you were at the Buddha Bar or before going to the Buddha Bar,
Uh-huh.
were you using cocaine?
Yes.
Your cocaine?
No.
Who's
He had some.
he being Mr.
Ray
Wilson?
Wilson. Hmm.
Were you at the Buddha Bar? Were you in a conversation with a older gentleman?
And I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Wilson that he could leave in your car because you were going with the older gentleman?
Absolutely not. I never gave him permission to leave with my car, and I was never going to be in a vehicle with another man.
You said he wanted to go to a house
Yes,
you didn't want to go to.
that's correct.
Whose house?
I did not know the person. He expressed to me he wanted to go to this guy's house. I didn't know the guy. I didn't feel comfortable. He expressed at least 3 times, and I did not want to go to this house of a person I did not know.
So you didn't know. Okay, so it wasn't, you didn't want to go to the house because you knew what was going to happen. You just didn't know the guy.
I didn't know that person, and I did not want to be in harm's way, and I did not want to go to a stranger's house of any type. No.
Now, the phone number, 239-333-5924, that's your business.
Yes, you can look up Mila Spa, and that is our business phone number on Google. Yes,
That was on the phone.
that is
Your phone.
my phone. I have multiple lines. That is one of my lines. Yes.
Who is John Zakins?
John Zakins is one of my friends. Maybe I was on his phone plan at the time, but then I resumed the number later.
Now, you said that when he called you, what, about 6 o'clock in the morning?
I do not recall exactly. It's so hard to remember. 5 years. I don't know.
I understand. All right, but at some point you woke up and.
Yes. And notice I missed multiple phone calls. Yes.
Okay. And then you called him.
Yes. Whether I finally answered or whether I called him back is not, I do not recall, but one of those happened. Yes.
But you said that he was name calling.
Not at first. At first, he was very like, where are you? How do I meet you? All the normal questions. When he realized that I was perturbed and just wanted my property back, it escalated.
And you said he was very angry
Yes.
and you were very scared.
Yes.
Then why did you agree to meet him?
To get my $80,000 car back that he had stolen.
The car, but why did you expect him to bring the car? You knew he couldn't drive it.
He was with somebody that had drove it away. Why would he not be able to return it?
You said when you met up with him, you said there was nobody behind those eyes anymore.
Yes, that's true.
What did you mean?
Dark serial killer eyes, where there's nothing to reason with. It's a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotion in somebody, and there's nothing behind those eyes.
I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
How did Mr. Wilson get the keys to your $80,000 car?
Okay, so I never carry a purse. I carry 2 phones on me. And the flap of my cell phones is this place where I put all my credit cards, all my IDs, everything that I need. And I carry 2 cell phones with me all the time. And I have keys. And often the person I'm with, I say, will you put your keys in my pocket? And that is exactly how he had it. I do it with my husband every day.
So he didn't,
He didn't steal the keys. I asked him to put them in his pocket for safekeeping. He doesn't know how to drive a stick shift. Why would I assume that he would take it?
nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
Nothing further. I'd ask that she be released.
Any objection? No. She can be excused. You're step down and you're excused.
The state calls Tyler Whitten. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, so I want
The clerk has all the exhibits.
to, since we just listened to Mila and I want to listen to those phone calls, that first phone call, let's do that real quick. And then we'll go back to the trial, if that's okay. And thank you again, Southern Sass, for joining. Thank you. Wait, Mike, yeah, and also, you encountered him? Can you tell me an estimate of what time that was? I forgot to look to see how you answered. Just because we were trying to figure that out. I know the clock, the body cam at Joe's Crab Shack, when he's at Joe's Crab Shack, says 15:18, which is 3:18. But there's also, they also go by UTC time. And I figured if I did my calculations right, it would be 10. It'd be like 10:18 a.m. would be that time. But I noticed articles are quoting 3:18. So I just want to make sure, like, what's the estimate of time that you saw him in the park? Like in the morning or afternoon or what? I hope you respond. You haven't responded yet. I just want to make sure that we get that time, because I'm trying to put together a little timeline to figure out some things, and I really need to know that. Okay. Wait, so you don't know if it was like in the morning or the afternoon? Because I mean, it was either before 10 in the morning or it was like afternoon, like around 2, almost 3 in the afternoon. You know what I'm saying? What time can you give us like an estimate? Early afternoon. So you're saying it definitely was after 10 a.m. Oh, thank you. Jay Brown, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you do, Zav. Aw, thank you. Early afternoon. I gotta see. I gotta look into that more, because the reason we ask is, yeah, I'm trying to do a timeline because of that encounter that he had with that lady. And then we know when he was at Joe's Crab Shack, that was the time where Mila was setting him up to try to meet up. So we know that at that time, she definitely wasn't with him. I'm just trying to figure out something. Okay, thanks though. All right, let me find that phone call real quick. phone calls from prison. And we're going to go down to, oh, let me share my screen for this one real quick. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I did share my audio. Okay. All right. So let's go down to, we're going to go down to the first, I think the first phone call, or is it going to be, yeah. Oh, that's to dad. We want to do the one with Mila first, or at least that's the one I've been wanting to do. Okay.
Stuff, you know?
What? Baby, can you just... Hey,
Oh.
hey, what's up?
As she continues to question him.
Okay. So we are doing he confesses to Mila. So phone calls from prison is the source. If you guys have not subscribed to them, go check her out. All the phone calls. Okay.
So,
What the f is wrong with
Oh, hold on.
Wade,
hey, what's up?
what the f is wrong with you, dude?
I can't believe you picked up the phone, dude.
I can't believe I picked up the phone either.
Hey, baby, baby, can you just call me baby, though? You don't have to call me dude and stuff.
Yes, baby. I love
Yes,
you.
I love you, baby. How are you?
Why?
I know.
Why?
I just wrote you a message. Remember that kiosk that we used to write each other on?
Yeah.
I wrote you a message on there just now.
How do I
Because
do that?
I'm still your friend on that kiosk. Remember where you sent me pictures and stuff on that machine?
Well, okay, well, the cops seized my phone in my car, so you have to tell me the address to get it.
Okay. Oh, on the thing? I don't know. How did you used to get it where I used to write you on that
I
machine?
don't remember, but the cops on my phone had to get a new phone and everything.
You had to get a new phone, baby? I'm so sorry,
They
baby.
seized my phone and my car.
Yeah. Baby, I want to tell you something. Well, obviously, you know, I'm never coming home again.
I know that.
You know. And so, it sucks really bad.
What the fuck? Why do you do this to me? We had everything going for us.
I'm sorry, baby.
We
Yeah.
had everything going.
I know, baby. I know we did.
You were out. You were in the clear. And
I was good. I was good. Yeah.
You had 2 years of probation. I'm just happy.
Baby, I know, baby. I know.
What the fuck is with you, Wade?
I know, baby.
I'm never going to see you again. You know that.
You're not going to see me again?
Well, how?
Why
You're
can't...
going to go for the rest of your life, Wade.
Yeah, you won't come visit me? You're not going to come see me in prison? I mean, you don't have to, but it'd be nice.
You know what you tried to do to me as well.
No, Mila, you know why I did that? Because I was trying to tell you what was going on, and you were fucking putting on a show, dude.
Or what?
You tried to what, Mila?
Attack me?
No, baby. I was not trying to attack you, but you were like, that girl was there. You were causing a scene. I didn't want to do that.
Because I didn't want to get in the car with you because you were scaring me.
Well, no, but I was trying to tell you what was going on, you know? Baby, I was trying to tell you. That's all I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to hurt you.
Why did this happen?
Huh? What, baby?
Why? What is going on? How did this happen? How did this happen?
I don't know, dude.
How did you do this? How? Like, tell me. I want answers.
You want answers? Well, remember when I went to that dude's house or whatever?
Wait, no. Okay, listen. You went to somebody's house? Okay, listen.
Yeah.
My house was driving away. Was that girl in the car?
They were both in the car.
Who? 2 girls?
Yeah.
You had 2 girls in my car and driving away. Who was driving?
The dude, remember the dude that we were in the bar with? That was sitting there.
It was, my backseat was full of stuff, you know?
What is it?
Did you put 4 people in the car?
Well, listen.
4 people in the car?
Yeah. Baby, listen to what I'm saying. Remember the dude that was sitting at the table that bought us the shots? Remember?
Yes.
Okay. I went to his house.
Yes, with the 2 girls.
Yes.
What happened? Please say something. You can talk in code or whatever. Just say something.
Wait, what? What, baby?
You can talk in code or whatever you have to. Just please.
No, baby. They already know. I don't have to talk in code.
Well, then tell me what happened then.
I fucking killed the bitch.
Why, Wade? Why?
Because we went to this dude's house, Mila, and remember when he kept showing us the pictures? Oh, I got this, I got this, or whatever.
Yes.
So I went to his house and I did a lot of it. Like he was giving me a lot, and I was doing a lot of. Huh?
Okay, let me stop here. So, like I said, I started watching the calls before I watched the trial. So now that I got to watch the trial, and I watched this before the trial, and I heard Jason's testimony. So it seems like Jason's lying too, because he says, remember that guy showing the pictures of that? So obviously he must have been showing him pictures of drugs or something, because he says it to Mila and says, well, I did a lot of it. So Mila doesn't say, whoa, what are you talking about? Nobody showed us pictures. Did what? She is aware of what he's talking about, which corroborates that, like, Wade probably isn't lying about that. Now, he is lying. He killed the girls. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying both could be true. I think Jason and Josh lied too. Look, I think he did get drugs from him then. Because what was he showing him pictures of? Why don't I understand why did that guy have to be like, no, I didn't share it. Who cares if you shared it? Having it and sharing it, you're not going to get in more trouble because you shared it with Wade. You probably got immunity for the drugs. I mean, you're testifying. They're not going to bust you for the drugs. You already admitted you had them. I don't understand why they have to lie on the stand, because then it makes people think that Wade's telling the truth about all this crap when he's not. Anyway, I'll rewind it. Yeah, hold on.
So I went to his house. He kept showing us. No, baby, they already know. I don't have to talk in code.
Well, then tell me what happened then.
I fucking killed the bitch.
Why, Wade? Why?
Because we went to this dude's house, Mila, and remember when he kept showing us the pictures? Oh, I got this, or whatever. Yes. So I went to his house and I did a lot of it. Like he was giving me a lot, and I was doing a lot of. Huh?
Why did you kill that girl?
I shouldn't have. I'm wrong.
Tell me what happened. Did you have sex with her? You went and killed her? What?
No, I didn't have sex with her. I killed her though.
Why? Why, Wade?
Because I was fucking freaking out on those drugs. Whatever he gave me must have been like fucking bath salts or something else. Okay. It wasn't cocaine.
What happened to where you grabbed a knife and stabbed her? What happened?
I didn't stab her. Who said I stabbed her?
People keep saying you stabbed the girl. How'd you kill her?
No. I
choked her out.
I choked her out until she died. Until she was dead.
You that you were going to do that to me one.
And real quick, so if he didn't really kill her, and if he was forced to confess, why wouldn't he just go along with what they're saying? When Mila said, oh, I stabbed her. Nobody else knew yet exactly how she died, probably, right? He said. Mila didn't know. He said, and that is how she died. So it's like, I don't understand how these Wade supporters can't see some of this stuff. I hope they heard this call.
Mila, I was never going to do that to you, babe. Mila, I didn't even want to Mila, when I came back to see you, the only reason I was freaking out like that wasn't because I was trying to scare you. It was because I had to tell you. Mila, I know I did, but I know, Mila. Mila, I'm sorry. You know I love you, baby. I'm sorry for doing that to you. I was wrong. But I didn't.
I'm never going to see you again now.
You can.
Everything's going for you.
Baby, will you please see me again? This is going to ruin my life if you never see me again, please.
Your life is ruined, babe. What do you not understand? You can't.
Yeah, but if I have you in my, at least if I have you in my life, I won't feel like it's over. You know. Mila, I understand. Mila, I don't want to be alone without you. I really love you, baby. I'm sorry.
Kill people, motherfucker.
Okay, motherfucker. I know that. I know. Huh?
Why did you choke her out? Why? Tell me.
Mila, because.
Listen, wait.
I don't want to talk about this.
Well, you don't have to, but you have to explain something to me.
What is it?
And the other girl, why? She was walking to work, motherfucker.
Yeah, no. I know, Mila.
Why couldn't you rob her? Why did you have to kill her?
Because I was freaking out on the drugs. I was on the drugs. The drugs have me fucking.
Still Instagram.
Mila, please don't do this to us right now. Please. Listen, I know, and listen to me. I'm fine. I know you're going to fucking find another man that's free, obviously. I know that. I
can't date you. You killed 2 women and you tried to murder me. I think you would have killed me too.
Baby, that's a fucking lie. You better fucking never believe that, ever. No, I wouldn't.
I'm right on the balcony. I'm going to stab you right now. I'm going to kill you.
I didn't say I was going to stab you, Mila.
Yeah. No, you can't say it. I'm going to kill you right now. Right before you come to me. You said I'm going to kill you.
Baby, it's because I was trying to scare you to fucking shut up so I could tell you what I had just done. Baby, listen. Baby, listen. Listen, let me tell you something. Me and you were like Bonnie and Clyde. So if I had just gone and done something crazy, I should be able to come back and tell you. I couldn't even tell you because you're causing a scene. Now I'm scared because I know what I've just done. I'm trying to tell you. You won't let me tell you.
You think calling me a bitch, a hoe, all this stuff's going to get me in the car? No.
Did I call you a hoe? When did I call you a hoe? Mila, you better stop. I never called you a hoe. You know I did.
You freaked out on me and you know it.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I didn't call you a hoe and you know it.
That's what you're worried about?
Yeah.
You're worried about the name?
Yeah. Hey, listen, listen, Mila, you know the kiosk? Baby, listen. Hey, baby.
You know, Matt gets really fucking concerned about you. He keeps calling me.
Did you tell him what's up?
Yes, I told him what you did. He doesn't believe it.
Yeah. Baby, are you going to have me on that kiosk? Listen, they put me in, I'm in solitary, like confinement. I get to come out of the room for like 45 minutes a day. So.
Wait, you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. Do you know this?
Can I ask you a question, Mila?
Yeah.
If I don't ask you for canteen, can I talk to you on the phone and stuff?
And you're saying you won't ask me for money?
If you don't want to, I don't have to. I'd rather just talk to you. I'd rather not lose you. No, I'd rather do anything not to lose you, motherfucker.
You're in jail.
Baby, I didn't want to lose you on I didn't want to lose you on the street. It hasn't changed. It's not because I'm in jail. It's because you're my girl.
All you had to do is not kill people, Wade. It's not.
All you had to do is not kill people.
What are you doing right now? What are you up to?
I'm sitting here drinking Patron.
Are you drinking Patron?
Yeah. The fuck out.
What are you at the spa? Are you at the spa drinking?
I'm at the spa alone by myself, yes.
Okay.
With Riley, with the dog.
Oh, with Rai? Okay.
We destroyed everything, Wade. We could have had everything.
Mila, I miss the shit out of you, and I love you, and I'm going to love you till the day I die. I'm going to be old, and I'm going to die in prison. And hopefully, Mila, you can come see me in prison, baby. Because people in prison...
with this shit, Wade? How are you okay with saying you're going to die in prison? Aren't you sad?
Yeah, Mila, you don't understand how sad I am, baby. I'm just trying to fucking...
You out.
Yeah.
You're on probation. We just had to keep you good for 2 years.
A year. Only a year.
We just...
So
she did say that we just got you out. So she probably did help with that. I don't know. Oh, my phone. Why is that vibrating? I have it on silent. I don't know. But anyway.
Sorry, Mila. Baby, I'm so fucking sorry, Mila. You know what's so crazy? You want to know how crazy it is? The number one thing I'm sad about is not that I have to spend the rest of my life in prison, even though that is. The number one thing I'm sad about is over you. Baby. I'm sad. No, I'm more sad that I fucked up with you than anything else. That's what I'm more sad over. Isn't that crazy?
You were so bad.
Baby, I'm more sad about losing you than anything else. That's the worst. And to be honest with you, you don't even you can't even begin to understand the pain that I fucking feel losing you, Mila. You have no idea how bad it is. And it's really...
I know. You don't think that I've had something ripped from my life as well?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess you have.
I was trying to keep you good. I could have kept you good. On one night away from me, you do this.
I wish when I was trying to drive away that you tried to stop me and I made you not stop me.
You would have freaked out on me and killed me instead.
No, I wouldn't have killed... Baby, I wouldn't have killed you. I went to his house.
Tell me
I
how
want.
you ended up with this phone.
Listen, baby, can you add me on this machine though? Can we add each other
I
on the
will add
machine?
it, but you have to give me the fucking thing. Right?
Okay, give me 1 second, okay? Hold on.
Oh, no, come out, but I just want to use my car. Baby. Baby.
Baby.
Baby, the news is here.
The what?
Everybody's asking me to do interviews. I'm not going to do it, though.
The news is there right now?
Yeah.
What, at the front door?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I just sent you a friend request. Did you get a text message or anything on your phone?
No, but you have to tell me how to do that.
All right, hold on. Baby, can I tell you the website so you can do that?
Yeah, right now.
All right, it's called smartjailmail.com.
Yeah, no. Wait.
Baby, listen. Will you just listen? I'm gonna.
It's smartjailmail.com. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, smart jailmail. So the news is out there. They want a story from you, right?
Babe, like 4 different news people are coming here, and I haven't done a story yet because people think I bailed you out of jail, and that's not the truth. People are blaming me.
They're blaming you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Baby, you didn't bail me out of jail. I just got out of jail.
Yeah, I don't see anybody. I'm looking at chat. Nobody's really bullying Wyatt. He's fine. Wyatt just, I would, maybe let's just focus on the cause, you know? Maybe it is late. Maybe get some rest. Nobody's bullying him. You know, and I let people freely chat about, you know, I don't see anybody bullying. I see somebody saying, no, I don't think you're a freak. I'm not bullying him. So I don't know what you're talking about, Casey. I'm not allowing bullying, but for one thing, I am busy running a live. So that's what the mods are for. But you know what? I have one mod in here. I don't really see anything really going on that bad. But why I would suggest that maybe just because we've talked about it. I mean, we know you're on what you're on and stuff, but maybe just, you know, keep that to yourself. And if you're struggling, maybe we could have a live, we could just kind of talk about that separately or whatever. But I'm just trying to focus on these calls. You know what I'm saying? So why bring attention to it? I don't see anybody bullying anybody, to be honest. I just see people asking maybe that you should handle this personally, which I kind of agree. I've talked to Wyatt. I've talked to you about it before, Wyatt, but maybe just kind of like we could talk one-on-one with people or whatever. Because I don't know if live chat is the place to announce all your personal stuff. You know, and if you need help, just email me and I think we could do one-on-one. No, you don't need to go. But I'm just saying, like, maybe let's just try to like focus on the lot on this. No, I don't want you to go. It's not your fault. Casey, what you said I wasn't going to do, she did. Yeah, nobody's saying it's your fault. But like, I don't want to bring attention to it because then we're bringing attention to it. So if it's something that is bothering you, then maybe just, but I know we've talked about it before. I know. You could stay. I'm not saying that. But I did go through chat. I can only go up so far, Casey. I didn't see anybody being mean to him. Only thing I seen was somebody saying, hey, maybe you should handle that privately or whatever. And then saying, no, I don't think you're a freak. We want you to take care of yourself. I don't know. I can only go up so far, but as much as I've been able to go up on StreamYard, I don't see anybody saying anything mean to him. So if there was, you know, I would say something, but I don't see it. I don't see it. So let's just get back to the call. Why I'm just saying if something, maybe like reach out privately if you're not doing good. I mean, you could talk in the chat, but if you want to bring up your business, then people might have remarks. I mean, hopefully they won't bully you, which I didn't see any bullying, but people might disagree or give their opinion. I think Wyatt was okay with it, to be honest, Casey. I think you're getting offended for him. I think Wyatt's fine, actually, because the way I see Wyatt responding, Wyatt doesn't even seem upset about any of it from what I've seen, but I only could go up so far. But yeah, you're more than welcome to stay. I mean, you can. I'm just saying maybe it would be better if you, I don't know, do whatever you want. I mean, if you feel comfortable talking to people about that in chat, but like, I would just like to maybe talk about this phone call a little bit. Wait, what? I just came back to zavgirl, but I'd know now. You know what, Shelly? Huh? I'd know now? No, dang it, I get crap because I'm not responding to the drama. People saying, "Oh, if you don't call out," so I didn't even want it. I was trying to ignore it, but everybody's saying they were getting mad because I'm not. So I just thought I would respond to end it. That's all. I can't win here. Dang it! Wow.
You didn't bail me out.
I know that, but there's records that say that too.
That's Casey. That's why I don't like to bring this
So
up.
what? They want to.
People don't want to hear about this. Let's just
to me.
freaking watch the
Oh
phone
no,
calls.
Kelly's all over the news. She's a
I know. My dad told me.
I know there was no drama. They created it.
So was Tommy. Tommy was on the news too. Talking
Yeah,
about
my dad told me Tommy was too.
Did you go to Josh's house and say you killed somebody? Did you go to Josh's?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because Mila, you know what, Mila? I'm gonna be honest with you. All because of you. All because you caused the scene, and I couldn't tell you what I had done, and you were outside with your fucking friend.
Kill me too, Wade. Why don't
No.
you understand that?
Who tried to kill you, Mila? When? Baby?
You said you were gonna kill me. I'm gonna share.
Baby, I wasn't gonna kill you, babe. I was trying to fucking tell you what I had done, so me and you could fucking handle something, and maybe I could fucking be better.
What the hell would I kill with you? I heard that you were driving up to places asking for drums of acid and stuff. Is that what you wanted me to do with you all day?
No, baby, I didn't drive up. Who said that?
He did. I know he
I don't
did.
know.
But
Somebody
that's
said
why
that you were like high as fuck trying to drive around. With
You have 1 minute remaining.
Baby, can I call you back?
You can call me back.
Okay.
Casey. Exactly, Casey. That's what I'm saying. That's why I just was leaving it go. Wyatt was actually handling it fine. You were the one like saying something. Wyatt was fine. He handled it himself. I didn't need to say one word.
My dad put $20 in my canteen, so I'm gonna fucking.
Is that how you're calling me?
No, wait, what?
Your dad turned you in, you know.
Yeah, I know he did. I know he did. I know. He turned me in to live the rest of my life in here. Isn't that great?
Wade, you can't go around killing people.
Mila, I know that. I'm so sorry. I love you so much. You know I love you, Mila. You know I do, baby. Baby, you know I love you, right?
Again, you know that.
Yes, you can. Don't say that, Mila. Why are you saying that? Why are you telling me that? You're never going to see me again.
How I'm going to live my life with a murder, Wade? Like, how do I do this?
So you just want to stop talking to me? I don't want you to.
I love you still, but
I know.
How do I do this?
We get over it and we try to work. We try to work through it if we can.
I can't live my life with somebody in jail. I'm sorry.
Thank you for using GTL.
Yeah, Wyatt. That's why I saw you were fine.
What's up?
I'm sorry. I was just saying that if you want to talk about it, you were fine.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Hello?
Hey.
Hi, baby.
Wait, just real quick, and I don't mean that in a mean way. Like, that's good. You're awesome. Like, you were fine. You were strong, and you're able to talk it, not get offended. That's what I meant. That's why I just was quiet, and it really was. You guys were just having a conversation to me. So I hope Casey, I hope you come back and realize why it was fine. Everybody was just talking. Now it became something that it shouldn't have. It was fine. I should have never interjected. I won't do that again.
Who are you talking to, baby?
No, the news is outside.
Oh, again? Trying to talk to you?
No, baby, the news has been here. Like, they haven't stopped. This is.
Are you serious?
You're all over the news.
No way, baby.
Like, you're the number one story right now. Like, you can't go
He loves
anywhere
it.
without it.
Wait.
And
Yeah.
US was on the news. They have my
Loves
fucking
that.
everything.
Yeah. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to do this. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Mila, I'm sorry.
You need to do this.
Hey, Mila, can you do me a favor, baby, please, maybe? And
What?
can you put $20 in my canteen, please?
I knew you'd ask me for money, motherfucker.
I'm sorry. Let me
Yeah.
talk, motherfucker. My dad put $20 on there for me, but I got to get like my hygiene and stuff, and I got to get clothes. Like, when you first get here, I got to get stuff. Like, I don't have like clothes, socks. If you can, that'd be great. If not, don't worry about it.
This is not gonna work.
Okay, I won't ask ever again. Consider it done. I won't ask. I promise I will never ask you again. Stop it.
Wait,
Okay?
those poor girls, they're dead. They're dead because of you.
I know. I know that, Mila. I know that.
Why did you do this? Why? I need answers.
Why? Because I was freaking out on drugs, dude. You know how I get.
That's not an answer, Wade. That's not an answer.
How is it not a...
Killing people.
Okay. Okay. I know. Now I have to suffer. I'm sorry. I know.
You're gonna suffer forever in jail. You know that.
I'm going to suffer. Trust me, I've already been suffering. They put me in a fucking room and all I do is stare at the wall all day long, Mila. It's terrible. I mean,
That's
it's
what
horrible.
they have to do to people that kill people. You're not safe to be around people.
Yeah.
You've done this to yourself.
Yeah, I have. I know that. Mila, listen, what do you mean you can't do this with me though? Can you not say that to me? Like I can't do this or whatever? Can we?
What do you want me to say? You want me to say I'm gonna marry you and while you're in jail?
Maybe. Doesn't sound bad. It doesn't sound. That doesn't sound bad, actually. That sounds kind of, baby. That sounds kind of good. No, I know. Mila, I want you to be happy, but you know that you're the best thing in my life ever. You know you were the best thing I ever had.
Anything in your life. You have nothing else now. You ruined everything.
Hey, listen, I had some girl try to add, I got people trying to add me on this jail mail shit that I don't even know.
Because it's like the fucking Mason shit. Like people are obsessed with you now. You're all over the news.
Oh, they're going to start sending me mail and shit, and adding me and stuff?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. I don't care about that, Mila. I don't care. It's not cool. I'm not trying to be fucking cool, you know? Mila, so the news has been outside of your spot and they haven't left the whole time?
Well, Mila spaw's all over the place because of what happened outside.
Yeah. Oh, because of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you kill her and then try to kill me and then go try to kill the other girl? And
no, I tried to come see you to tell you what I had done.
Yeah, but did you kill the second girl at that point?
No, I think I killed her later.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. I killed her after I told you.
What, babe? You say things that people remember when they kill somebody.
I killed her after I told you.
Why? Why couldn't you just rob her? Why did you have to kill her?
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Why? I kind of want to know why. What was going through your head when you're killing her? So I heard that you choked her out. She didn't die. She got up and ran. You ran her over with the car. Is that how it went?
That is, yeah, it is. She didn't get up and run. She didn't get up and run. That's not true. I choked her out, pushed her out of the car, and then I ran her over with the car.
How did you get her in the car?
She got in by herself.
So she got in the car by herself.
Real quick, because I am still going to do commentary a little bit about this. How does one listen to this phone call? Well, I guess we don't know which one she played on speaker, but it obviously was one he confessed. Okay, how does somebody listen to this and say that he never confessed? Because remember, Kristen said, "I heard the phone call. He never confessed. You never confessed. You're fine." That's why I'm dying to find the actual news clip where she plays the speaker. I want to know which part she plays, so we know like what was everybody hearing 5 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
And you took her out in the car.
Yeah.
Took her out of the car, and then you
ran her over. Yeah, like 10
Do you
times.
not hear yourself?
Yes, Mila, I do. I hear myself.
Does it sound like something that you want to be saying out loud? Can you believe that you've done this?
No, I can't. I really can't. I was on drugs, dude. I really can't believe it. You know?
There's a lot of people on drugs that don't go around telling people.
You're right. You're right. There is. You're right, Mila. And I'm wrong. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Wait,
baby.
This is not normal, man.
Okay, Mila, I get it. Baby. Mila. Mila.
What? I'm here.
What? Don't what me. I'm here too. Don't what me, baby. Okay?
I don't know what to say to you. This is just, I feel like I'm in a nightmare movie or some shit.
How do you think I feel? Even worse. Trust me. I'm in the nightmare part. At least you're still fucking, you're halfway in, but you're halfway out.
I didn't do anything, Wade. You're the one responsible. I didn't do anything.
I understand that. I know you didn't do anything. I never said, who said you did anything? I didn't say that.
You're saying, how do you think I feel? I've done nothing wrong. You are responsible for this.
I know. I know, baby.
You had everything. We had everything. Why did you have to go and do this?
I didn't have to. I shouldn't have. I fucking should not have.
Why did you kill the first girl? I want to know why. Why did you kill her? I want to know why.
Because I wanted to.
Why did you want to kill her?
I just wanted to.
More than I want to.
Honestly, can I tell you what happened? That dude that gave me the drugs, do you know what he gave me?
What?
Meth.
Okay, well, we know you don't do good on meth, but why?
Okay.
What made you kill that girl?
I was angry. I got on meth and I got really fucking crazy. You know that.
Angry with her?
I don't know. I don't think I was angry with her. I think I just took it out on her.
You keep saying you were like in a relationship with her. Did you know this girl before?
Baby, I'm in a relationship with what the fuck, Mila? You can't listen to the stories they're talking about. They're gonna tell you tons of stories about me, and it doesn't mean they're true. No, Mila, I had never met her ever.
You just met her at the Buddha?
Baby, I don't know who she was. I didn't even know her name.
You couldn't stab her.
I didn't stab her.
Take her out. Why
Yeah,
did you say you stabbed her?
I heard that too. I think somebody told me that too. They asked me if I had stabbed her or whatever.
Well, Josh said that you had blood all over you, and you.
Oh, on my hands and stuff like that.
I don't know. He just said you had blood all over you. Why?
No, I didn't have blood all over me.
And
That was.
when you got out to attack me, she said you had more wounds all over you. Was she putting up a fight or what?
No, she didn't put up a fight. No.
She just.
I had wounds on my hands because I had jumped over some fences and there was like cuts in my hands from the fence. So, and do you remember the cut that I had on my hand from working out on the asphalt? Remember?
Yeah.
Well, those cuts were like, they were exposed and they got reopened. So they were like, those were bleeding too.
Why did you choke this girl out? I need answers. I don't understand.
Okay. I choked her out because I was on meth and she it made me fucking
Who
mad.
was the hell? Wasn't there a dude with her? She was with a guy, right? Where was the guy when you're choking her out?
He left.
And you were just there with her and you just decided to kill her?
Yep, I did.
That would have been had I been there.
No, it wouldn't have, dude. Mila, you gotta stop saying that. I love you. I would never have fucking done that to you ever. I never even would have thought about it. And I didn't. And I didn't even, first of all, when I came to see you at the spot, I didn't even want to jump on top of you. I was just so freaked out about, I was so freaked out about what I had just done.
You ripped my dress off. You were trying to force me into your car. Do you not remember any of this?
I remember. Mila, I had just killed somebody. I was trying to tell you that. And you weren't allowing me to, you know? So that was kind of like.
What did you want me to do? I'm not going to help you hide a fucking body, dude.
I know that, dude. I know that, Mila. I just wanted to be able to tell you. That was it. I just wanted to tell you. And you wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me tell you or nothing, you know? That's all I was trying to do.
You're driving around in her car, using her phone.
Yeah, I know. I know that. I know, Mila. I lost it. I was on drugs and I lost it and I did stupid things. And you can still love me, baby. Yes, you can. If you want to. Don't tell me. Unless you just want to stop loving me because of what I did.
You're a psychopath.
But then you never loved me to begin with if you stop loving me.
I didn't know you were a killer. I didn't know you could kill somebody.
You knew I was a killer. Stop it.
Did not know you were a killer. So you
thought all the story, you thought when I told you I'm a killer, I was lying?
Yeah, I did, actually.
Well, I wasn't lying.
You can't do this shit, man.
Okay, Mila, I'm sorry. I'll get better. But listen, I'm going to have a long time in prison. At least maybe you could come see me sometimes in prison. I can see you face to face. It's not on a video screen. I can touch you. I can see you. I can hug you, kiss you, maybe, if you let me. Stuff like that. Baby.
I don't even think we're supposed to be talking right now, Wade.
I don't think so.
The
babe.
battery keeps against you. For me.
I know you do. I'm not worried about that. I know. Are you going to add me on that thing, on the machine?
I'll add you. I'll see what you have to do.
Well, did you go to the website? Go to the website right now and see if you can do it. Let's get this done. Mila, you don't have to stop talking to me. I know you love me, baby. I know you do. Even after I did this, will you not stop? Can we still talk? Please?
I feel like I'm just in a forest like right now. I don't know what to do. What's the address again?
Smartjailmail.com. Smartjailmail.com.
I actually still have it in my phone. Hold on.
You do, right?
It's coming up. Do you remember what my login was?
No, baby. That's it. They should have it. Forget your login or forget password or something.
I don't even know my username.
Well, just fuck, man. Okay.
Hold on, I'm trying.
Okay, baby. No problem. Baby, will you still love me though, please? Or actually, just do that. Just do that.
You can't just stop loving people, but
That's what I'm saying. How can you, especially when you were the greatest thing in my life? How could I just stop? I can't just stop loving you.
This is absolutely the worst thing ever. I can't believe this.
I know.
Actually, I've got you right here. It says, "Sorry, baby, you were right. I didn't." 729, 729. That's
before.
No, that's from before. Okay.
So you're still on there then? You're still on there.
But it says
Did you log in?
And requires the payment of 50 service credits to view. I don't know how to do that. All right, I'll have to figure this out later.
You got to put credits and stuff on there.
I got to figure out how to do it. Okay.
Okay. Will you figure out how to do it today and will you send me credits? Baby, will you send me credits today so when I come out tomorrow I can message you?
Listen, you're going to be electrocuted or some shit.
Oh, I think they're going to give me the needle.
You think so?
Yeah, I want them to.
You want to die that way? Lethal injection?
Yeah.
You're crazy.
Baby, why would I want to live the rest of my life in prison, especially if I'm not going to have you?
We just talked about this right before you went back.
Why would I want to live the rest of my life in prison if I don't have you, Mila? You're my everything.
You know that.
What? Say that again?
You know I'm not going to wait for you. This is ridiculous.
You're not going to wait for me?
Why would I?
Because I fucking love you so fucking much, Mila. Why would you not?
Do you not see what you're putting me through?
Yes, baby, I'm sorry. I do see. Why would you not wait on me, Mila? Baby.
Forever? You want me to, like, die waiting for you while you're in jail?
No.
And I'm afraid of you. Like, what if you snap and kill me one day?
How am I going to kill you? I'm going to be in jail.
Well, not now.
Okay, so...
This is really hard for me to handle. This all just feels so weird.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know it feels weird, Mila. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm sorry, baby, okay?
We had everything going for us.
Everything. The best. Everything was so great. Again.
You were just out 5 days.
I was only out for 5 days?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that didn't last long at all. I just wish, I don't know, things were different. I know. Me too.
Well, there's nothing that can be done now. So.
Well, can I tell you something? My dad is going to try to give me, he's going to give me a lawyer, he said. And,
Why?
and
He's the one who put you in.
I know he is. But maybe if I get a lawyer, they can send me to.
You were just asking your dad, and he was so happy.
Huh?
He was so happy. He said, "It's not that hard way to be."
You have 1 minute remaining.
Who
So,
said
remember
that?
conversation? Your father on the phone.
With my dad? Yeah.
It's not that hard to be good, and it's worth it.
And it's worth it.
Why do you have to go and do all this?
Baby, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Because I'm stupid. Apparently. I'm stupid. Mila, you don't have to. I don't know. Never mind. I hope I don't lose you, Mila. I mean it. I really hope I don't lose you. You're the best thing in my life ever. Even before this, even after this, you're still the best thing ever. You know that. Mila. Baby.
Thank you for using GTL.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you don't miss the next one.
Okay. One second. Okay. Sorry. That one I got a little sidetracked. So I didn't get to really give it my full, but I do apologize. But you definitely a confession. I just don't know which one that he freaking she played for. Hold on, let me see something. So that was, let's see. Okay, so he confesses to his dad in this one, to his Mila in this one, and then yeah, it had to be this one. It had to be, because this is the one. The next one, he says, "You set me up, baby. You set me up." right? Hold on, I just want to see
You did?
something.
Gonna just lay down and let them give you whatever?
No, I'm going to try to do the best I can, but they're going to give me like 30 years, you know?
I think life.
I think life too. I don't think they're going to let me see the light of day. So what do you mean when you ask me, are you just going to lay down? Well, Mila, what else am I supposed to do? My only thing now. It has nothing to do with just because you're the only.
No, nobody's happy.
The first day they put me in there, I went to sleep.
You were still high, weren't you?
Yeah,
I'm trying to find out if
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I have you on there.
So you were able to log into your account though?
so I'm just skipping.
You
I
know?
just want to see something.
I did set you up for that, yes.
You did?
Yeah, I was scared of you.
Okay, fair enough. At least you're honest. Calling you, and you were like, I was like, baby, I need a bus. Baby, you set me up. I went to Joe's Crab Shack, and the cops tried to get me.
Oh, he's talking about
I
that.
did
Never
set you
mind.
up for that, yes.
They're talking about the Joe's Crab Shack thing. I'm just trying to figure. I got to figure out. Like, I'm going to continue with the trial. I'll try to figure out. I'm going to listen to a few of the older ones. I want to figure out which one do you think that she did. It had to be one where he confessed. I just want to know because I don't know if it was that first one or not. It probably. Do you think it was the first one that she had him on speaker? I don't know. Well, let's continue with the trial, and then, I mean, maybe we could even listen to another one on another break. Okay. So our next witness is where we got Tyler. Oh, I brought the wrong thing. Right, wrong thing. Hold on. All right. So keep. We're almost through day one, guys. We could hopefully start on day 2 tonight. Oh wait, hold on.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can take the stand.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
I'm Officer Tyler Whitten with the Cape Coral Police Department.
Officer Whitten, how long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
A little over 17 years.
Were you working back on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Where were you assigned at that time?
I was assigned to Hector Cafarata Elementary School. I was the school resource officer at the time.
Is that school in Cape Coral, Florida,
Yes,
in Lee County?
Cape Coral, Lee County, yes.
Now, did you come into contact with the father of one of the students that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
The parent had previously been into the front office to handle some business, I'm assuming with his student. He ended up leaving the campus. And then several minutes later, he was back in the front office and he said he had retrieved a purse. And my office is right there in the front office, and I'm able to see the people coming in and out of the area.
Did you take that purse from the parent?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you look inside to see if you could identify whose purse it was?
Yes, we didn't know. I was trying to identify the owner. Yes, didn't know if it was a parent who maybe, left it on the roof of their car, got distracted and drove out, or maybe it was someone who lived nearby in the area. Didn't know.
Were you able to identify whose purse it was?
Yes, I was able to.
And whose purse was it?
I found the name Diane Ruiz inside the purse.
Now, at that point, did you know anything about Diane Ruiz?
No, I did not know.
What did you do when you learned the purse belonged to Diane Ruiz?
I asked the front office ladies, the front office staff, to see if it was possibly a parent who had maybe been in recently. They couldn't find anything. Then I started looking through our local police records to see if I could find address, telephone number to be able to try to get in contact with Diane Ruiz.
What happened after you were unable to get in contact with her?
I found a telephone number. I attempted it several times, left a voicemail. Since I wasn't successful, and the front office was, couldn't find any records of a Diane Ruiz with Hector Cafferata, I found the address was nearby in the nearby neighborhood behind Hector Cafferata, and I asked a patrol unit if they could swing by the house and see if anyone was there, and to try to locate and see if Diane Ruiz was aware of that her purse had been located.
Did you ever learn that she had been missing?
After the fact, this was before anyone was reported missing. I know the patrol unit spoke to her son, and I also met with the son, and that was, he at the time didn't want to report her missing right away. I wanted to give it a little more time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm approaching you and showing you exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. If you would have a look at these and tell me if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I definitely recognize the wallet.
Okay. And was this the items that was turned into you at the school by the father?
Purse is not, it's been a little while. The purse isn't jogging my memory, but the wallet definitely is.
Okay, so the wallet that's inside the purse
Yes.
is
Mhm.
you remember that?
And the vape as well.
Okay, there's a vape that was in there.
There's
Okay, there's a vape, and that's in States Exhibit 24A. And these items, did you look in the wallet to locate Diane Ruiz's items?
yes, and this wallet with the G's written on the outside.
So again, the wallet is in States Exhibits 24 and 24A, and that's where you found Ms. Ruiz's wallet.
Yes.
Now, did you end up turning this purse over to Cape Coral Police Department or to her son?
No, I spoke with our detectives just because when the patrol officer initially met with the son at the house, he shared the information that she worked at the Moose Lodge, which just happens to be right across Santa Barbara Boulevard from Hector Cafferata Elementary School. So I decided, let me see if by chance she happened to show up there. Maybe I didn't know how she normally got between house and work. If she possibly had dropped it, if she maybe rode a bicycle and it fell off a basket. I really didn't know circumstances. It was a little unusual. And when I checked at the Moose Lodge, they said she was no call, no show that day, which was highly unlikely of her.
So based on that, what did you do with the purse?
I ultimately, after speaking to our major crimes detectives, just because of the unusual circumstances, but since the son didn't report her as missing at the time, they said I could give the purse back to her son for safekeeping.
Okay, so you ended up turning it back over to her son?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
Okay.
No problem.
All right, you can step down.
All right, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can be excused as well. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. State would call Brandon Couillard to the stand, please. Yes.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand. She'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Judge, can we proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Brandon Cuellar.
And Mr. Cuellar, do you know a lady by the name of Diana Ruiz?
Yes, of course.
How do you
It
know
was my
her?
mother.
Back in October of 2019, did you reside with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Who else resided with your mother?
It would be my sister and then her fiance, Scott.
And is that Scott Hannon?
Yes.
Could you tell me what your mother did for a living?
She worked server and bartender most of her life.
And where was she working at the time?
Over at the Moose Lodge.
How far was that away from the place that you lived at the time?
If it's by car, less than 5 minutes. If she had to walk, maybe about 10, 15 minutes.
And how did she typically get to work?
She usually had an Uber. One of her good friends from the Moose Lodge usually brought her, but I guess she wasn't able to get in contact with him. So that's why she walked that day.
And we're talking about the 7th of October, 2019. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake at the time that she left?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what she was wearing at the time that she left?
I believe she was wearing her Moose Lodge shirt with the dark blue jeans and then her black shoes.
What color was her shirt, if you remember?
I want to say it was, I think a light blue or maybe a dark blue as well, but it's a little bit of a blur because since it was 5 years ago.
About how early in the morning was it that she was leaving?
I want to assume anywhere from 9:30 to almost 11.
So she walked to work that day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with any type of other belongings that she would carry with her to work?
It would only be her purse. Anything that she took with her, it would be inside of it.
Do you remember what her purse looked like?
If I was to assume anything, it would probably be the pink one, but I kind of blurred out that whole memory. So there's only a few things that I can really remember.
All right. Well, let's see if we can jog your memory here, sir. Judge, that's the reference like I'm showing defense counsel's producing Marcus Stacy's Zimmer. Or, excuse me, 25. As well as states 23, 24A, and then 24. May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, showing you some proofs and mark the state's exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And how do you recognize that?
It's my mother.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict your mother back in October 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, state move state's exhibit number 25 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'm showing you some proofs and mark the state's exhibit number 23, 24, and 24A. Do you recognize those items?
I would say the wallet though, but I don't recognize that purse at all.
No.
It's not kind of purse that she would walk around with. Truthfully, but the purse and everything in there. I mean the wallet on the inside, yes.
Okay. And that's state's exhibit number 24. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state will move state's exhibit number 24 in evidence.
All right, 24 be admitted.
Permission to publish state's exhibit number 25, Judge?
Wait, which one did you use? 25?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, you may. Sorry.
And then we have state's exhibit number 24. And that's a pocketbook that you definitively recognize, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, Slow Morrison. Thank you. And thank you, Soul.
Square, are you familiar with your mother's
Thank you,
phone
guys.
number at the time?
Fruity Loop. Fruit Loopy. Thank you.
I want to say yes, if I could take a guess at it.
Sir, just to reflect, I'm showing defense counsel's briefs and mark the state's exhibit number 26.
200-3223.
May I approach?
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you some briefs and mark the state's exhibit number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
You want me to read out loud? Or,
No. What is that?
it's her phone number. It's a 239-200-8319. It was one or the other, so that would be the other one that I couldn't remember.
Judge, this time state will move Stacy number 26 in evidence at this time.
Be admitted.
Square, if you'd be so kind as to go ahead and write your mother's name underneath that phone number. Yes, sir. Permission to publish.
You may.
Did your mother also carry a cell phone
Yes.
on a regular basis with her, sir?
Yes.
Do you know what that cell phone looked like?
To my knowledge, not at the moment.
If I showed you a picture, it would help refresh your recollection?
Yes. I'm going to assume the phone case is pink.
5G, 5H,
5B and 5G
5G, and 5H.
and H. Sorry.
May I approach it?
Yes.
Square, I'm showing you some previously marked as Stacy number 5G. And the corresponding back of that phone, 5H. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I remember a phone case. I remember that being pink, if I can remember correctly.
Is that photograph 5G and 5H fairly and accurately depict your mother's phone?
Yes.
Judge, say move 5G and 5H in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Square, did your mother have any identifying marks on her body?
You mean like tattoos?
Yes.
Yes, she had a dragon on her back.
And did she also wear any type of jewelry?
Rings on her fingers.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel's increase in mark Stacy number 30D and 30I. Commissioner Coach?
You may.
Square, I'm
I
showing
still don't see
increase in mark
Alexis
Stacy
back.
number 30D. You recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And what does that appear to be?
It's my mother's tattoo on her back.
And I'm also showing you what's previously marked as Stacy number 30I. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And
It's
how do you
her ring.
recognize that?
It's her ring. It's my mother's ring.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the tattoo and the ring?
Yes.
Judge, state move Stacy number 30D and 30I in evidence at this time.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Publish.
You may.
Mr. Cuellar, when your mother left for work that morning, did you subsequently receive any type of telephone call or contact from any law enforcement agency regarding her whereabouts?
I didn't get a phone call, but I got a knock on the door about her purse. And then I did tell them that take it over to Moose Lodge at first. And I was kind of worried at first. And then when it came a second time is when I asked them to report her missing.
And what happened after you asked that she be reported missing?
That would be a blur, honestly, after that.
Did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement?
I would assume so. I would think so.
But everything after that's a blur.
A lot of it is, truthfully.
Why?
A lot of trauma.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Sir, I just need to ask you, you said, what time did Miss Ruiz leave the house that day? You know?
I don't know correctly though, but I would assume somewhere around from 9 to 11. I don't remember correctly. I was just woken up because she told me to make some ribs for when she came home. So I'm just assume around that time.
So that's the closest you can estimate.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
Not from this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You can step down. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge. They would like to call Mr. Scott Hannon.
Oh, that's Diane's husband.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can take the stand.
Please watch your step.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I am Scott Hannon, the fiance of Diane Ruiz.
Mr. Hannon, I'd like to direct your attention back to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was working.
Okay. When did you leave for work?
I usually leave at 6:30 in the morning.
And I'm assuming you left from your residence at the time?
Yes.
Who did you reside with?
With Diane, her son, and her daughter.
And where did Ms. Ruiz work?
She worked at the Moose Lodge.
And where were you working that day?
I was working as a dock worker, carpenter at the time. And I, sorry, I'm a little nervous. So, yeah, I was working as a dock worker.
And you indicated that Ms. Ruiz worked at the Moose Lodge.
Yes.
And how did she get to the Moose Lodge on most days?
Most days, she had our friend who was an Uber driver. His name was James anyway. But I guess on that day he was not available.
Do you know how she got to work that day?
Yes, I know that she walked to work.
Do you know what Ms. Ruiz typically would wear to work?
Usually a moose shirt, blue jeans, and her black tennis shoes.
When you left for work that morning, was Ms. Ruiz still at the residence?
Yes, she was still in bed.
And you left for work around 6:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
So you didn't see her after you'd left, is that correct?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with her after you left for work that day?
A brief text message. She didn't think I gave her a kiss goodbye.
Had you?
Of course.
Direct your attention to the screen. Case number 25, is that Ms. Ruiz?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry with her a purse when she went to work?
Yeah, she always had a purse.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
So I'm going to show you some previously marked state number 23, 24A. You recognize that?
Yeah, that's a new purse that she had just got.
And what's 24A?
All of her belongings in her purse.
And do states exhibit number 23 and 24A actually depict the new purse that she just gotten, and as well as the items that were contained therein?
I recognize everything.
And Judge, the state would move states exhibit number 23 and 24A into evidence at this
No
time.
objections. Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Hannon, you indicated that this was a relatively newer purse.
Yes.
When had she gotten it?
Maybe a week before.
Did she carry a different color type of purse before she'd gotten this one?
I don't remember exactly what color it was, but she had a different purse like almost every month.
So then we have states 24 that contained her wallet,
Yes, that's her wallet.
and then 24A. That's the wallet as well as the vape and whatever else was inside. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did Miss Ruiz have any identifying marks on her body?
The only mark that I remember is the tattoo on her back.
Showing you 330D up on the screen. Is that the tattoo?
Yes, that is.
Did Miss Ruiz also carry a cell phone on her person?
Yes.
Could you
It was a
describe that for us?
ZTE cell phone.
ZTE phone?
Mhm.
Okay. What was her favorite color?
Pink. Pink or purple.
I'll show you what's been previously admitted as state number 4G, or 5G, excuse me. Recognize that?
Yep.
What are we looking at in that photo?
That is her cell phone.
Then 5H?
Yep, that's the back of it.
Also going to show you state exhibit number 26. Recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's her phone number.
And lastly, sir, I'm going to also show you, do you recognize this particular item, states 30I, that was previously admitted in evidence?
That's the ring I got her.
And what did that ring signify?
Our love for each other.
Now, in relation to the distance between your residence and the Moose Lodge, how far would you say that was from your residence?
About a 10-15 minute walk.
Was she known to do a 10 or 15 minute walk to work on
Occasionally.
occasion?
Yes.
Could you tell us, after the last text that you received from Ms. Ruiz on the 7th of October, did you hear anything further from anyone else as to your wife's whereabouts?
Not until around noon when I actually get to my phone because I keep it in the truck as I'm working. Lunchtime, I got to my phone and noticed that everybody was trying to get a hold of me.
What did you do in response to everyone trying to get a hold of you?
I immediately
No, I forgot.
called one of the people that was trying to get a hold of me, and they told me the situation. Luckily, my boss was on job at the time, and I told him there's a situation, I need to go.
And did you?
We left immediately,
And where'd you go?
right to my house.
What happened when you got to your house?
I met with Brandon there, and he told me the situation, and I don't remember exactly what we did after that, but I remember a police officer coming to the house talking to us about her purse.
And did you ultimately retain the purse there at the residence?
I believe it was there when I got there. I'm not absolutely sure because it was 5 years ago. But there was a Detective Jones who came there and, had me identify the purse.
There you go. Yeah.
After Detective Jones had you identify the purse, what did you do next?
We actually sat around our kitchen table and he asked me a bunch of questions. And then I guess as soon as we're done, he left and said, "Thank you."
So in essence, you gave a statement to law enforcement.
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Judge, at this time, except for the fact that the state would move a certified copy of phone records, State's Exhibit number 14 into evidence, 27 into evidence at this time.
I'm sorry, what were the number exhibits?
Oh my God. Oh, dang. I just realized something. If people would just see this and aren't reading chat and then they just see me laughing at this time, that looks so bad. I was laughing at chat but this testimony was really sad. Can you imagine being him? Like knowing what Wade did to Diane, sitting right in front of him, Wade being emotionless, just sitting there listening to everything. Like he could care less. You could tell he could freaking care less from the phone calls and the trial. He has no remorse about what he did, only because it affected his life and now he's stuck in jail. And he can't eat his good. He can't eat his snacks and stuff. He could care less about the victims. It's bullcrap. But can you imagine? Yeah, Scott coming up and having to see that piece of crap. Bullcrap. Anyway, I wanted to point out again though, where did Alexis go? Maybe she can only stay for the first half. I'm going to keep looking to see if she comes back. She was definitely there earlier because we pointed her out. Oh, this day's almost over. So maybe she can only stay for the first half the first day or something. Or because maybe she left before Mila testified. I don't know. All right, I'll continue. Taco truck. Oh, you were adopted?
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, they'll be admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry for your loss.
How far was the Moose Lodge from the house?
Maybe 2.5 blocks.
And I assume Miss Ruiz would have left through the front door?
Yes, through our front door, yes.
Okay. And what direction would she have gone?
I believe that would be easterly direction.
When you come down the path to the street, you go right or left?
Well, we lived on the corner, so it's a right or left and immediate right.
Left or immediate right, okay. And how long would it take to walk it?
About 10 minutes.
Did Miss Ruiz wear different shoes to walk to work or back versus her work shoes?
Nope, she wore the same shoes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else?
No questions from the state judge. We respectfully request that he be excused.
All right, any objection? All right, sir, you may step down and you're excused.
The state calls Patrick Power.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may take the stand.
What's your step?
Okay. May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Patrick Power.
Mr. Power, where are you originally from?
Originally, I'm from Ireland, but I've been living in the UK for 40 years.
Do you also have a home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I do.
And where is your home in Cape Coral?
It's 204 Northwest 4th Avenue.
How long have you had that home?
Since 2005.
Are you married?
Yes,
What is your spouse's name?
Linda.
Back in 2019, specifically on October 7th, were you at your home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I was.
And was Linda also with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, on Monday, were you doing anything with your wife that day?
We were having breakfast in our lanai.
Did you notice anything unusual as you were eating your breakfast?
No, everything was like normal as I was eating.
Okay. And then what? What did you
And
see?
then we were probably about 30 to 45 minutes. A vehicle backed out from the lot next door right towards us and then drove off out onto the main road.
Now, the lot that you saw this vehicle leaving from, was that a lot with a house on it?
No, it's an empty lot with a lot of bushes and stuff like that.
And when you saw the car, did you see it back up and go forward numerous times?
No, just the once.
Okay. And when you saw the car, did you notice some twigs and branches?
Yes.
Can you just describe what you saw with the car?
We just see the back of the car. And from the front, you could see from the wiper blades or whatever, and maybe from the grill or the bumper, there were branches sticking out like this on the sides.
Now, were you able to see who was driving the car?
No,
So what was it about the car, about the situation that attracted your attention?
well, we never seen a car in there before. It was the first time ever.
Right. Now, at that time, did you think to call the police or do anything about it?
No, not really.
So at some point, did you decide that maybe what you saw was significant?
Well, I thought to myself at the time I must have a look later and see what's going on there. But then we went out somewhere for the day and I forgot all about it.
What reminded you of it?
When I come back and the police was there 3 days later.
When you say the police was there, they were at the empty lot?
Yeah.
And when you saw the police there, was there crime scene tape up?
Yes, everything was taped off.
Did you learn that a body had been found in that
Yes,
lot?
we found out then, yeah.
So based on that, did you then think it would be important to tell the police about the car that you saw?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing Defense Counsel States Exhibit 28. So I'm going to approach you and show you States Exhibit 28. It's an aerial photograph. Are you able to look at that map and see if you can locate your house?
Yes. That's my house there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the smack dab center, and it's facing Northwest 4th Avenue.
Sorry, say that again.
So you're pointing to the center of the photo,
Yes,
and is your house facing Northwest 4th
Yes.
Avenue?
yes,
All right. And does it appear that there's a car in the driveway of your house?
yes.
And I'm going to okay, so at this time, the state would move 28 into evidence.
Any objections?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, sir, you were just describing where your house is on this map. I'm going to point with my pen. Is this the house
Yes.
where you and your wife live?
Yes.
Now, where is a lot where you saw that car backing out of?
From behind the house from behind the house next door.
Okay, so if I point to where this little red mark is,
Yes,
it
that's,
was this empty lot behind your neighbor's house?
that's the area there, yeah.
So when you observed this, you were in the back of your house eating your breakfast?
Yes,
You said that you saw the car back out of that lot. Did you see which direction the car traveled?
yes. It went out and turned to the right, which is north.
Okay, so when it backed out, did it back out to Northwest 4th Place?
Yes,
Okay, and then which direction would be, if you backed out, which way would he have gone?
up to the right, yeah.
Over this way?
No, the opposite way.
This way,
Yes.
okay, so he went right down Northwest 4th Place?
Yes.
And how did he drive away?
Quickly, but not a wheel spinning sort of thing. Drove away quickly.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. At this time, the state tenders the witness.
All right. Mr. Hollander?
Sir, what time of day was this?
I couldn't tell exactly because we're on vacation, so we lose track of time. But it would have been 12-ish, midday-ish, or maybe later.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. It was light out.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Now, from the back of your house, the car would have been going away from you to come out to 4th Street, wouldn't it? It would have been
Yeah.
backing away from you.
No, it reversed out towards us. Yeah. From the bushes, it reversed out towards us, and then it drove away from us.
I apologize, Judge. Could this gentleman step down?
Yes.
Could you please indicate on that aerial photo where you first saw, where's your house? Okay, now, where's the car go? Where do you first see the car?
Yeah, backs out from here and kind of backs towards us like this, goes out that eye. And then it drives out at this angle to the road, and then it goes back up that road.
Okay, so.
Let me just ask can the jury see? Okay.
Okay, so the car sort of backs up towards you,
Yes, so directly towards us.
but the rear of the car.
Rear of the car,
Okay.
yes, yes.
And then the car moves out.
Yeah, moves forward at this angle. Yeah, it must have been like through these trees here, and then after the road and up to the.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You can sit back.
No further questions.
Okay.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down and you're released.
May we approach her?
Yes.
Okay. That was helpful though, because I'm trying to get all the locations and stuff. So that actually was really helpful to see that. Sorry, I'm trying to get this other address from. 1 second. I can't find it. Okay. Well, that's gonna be the end of day 1, I think. Should be. Let me see what they say.
The jury, we are ahead of schedule, and it's a little bit earlier. I usually would go to 5 or a little after, but it's about 4:40 now. So we're going to let you go early this evening. Just remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything, and don't discuss anything with anyone about this case. Don't let anybody else try and discuss anything with you about this case. Leave your notepads here. We'll collect them, and I'll give them back to you tomorrow morning. And come back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All rise.
And yes, you can. I put my card in there, so that's the give out for emergency contact or anything like that from my office. You're excused for the year.
All right, guys. I've been eating so much candy today. One more piece. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see something.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's attitude at the courtroom. Anything that we need to, please be seated. I'm sorry. Anything we need to address prior to tomorrow morning?
And the only thing I would just say is we anticipate will be done earlier in the afternoon. So I don't know if defense will put any witnesses on, but we would be prepared to go forward with jury instructions in the later afternoon if everybody wants to make sure they look good.
Okay. So I know you have circulated preliminary jury instructions. I would just ask, I'll tell you what, if, have you all had a chance to look at those, Mr. Holler, the jury instructions?
Yes, but not.
I understand.
Really. I mean, we were expecting like 3 or 4 days.
Sure.
The state's case.
Sure. I would just say if you could look over those this evening, we can start tomorrow morning at 8:45. If you want to just let me know if you've got any significant objections or corrections, additions, or deletions. Are there any special instructions that you're requesting?
Right. It's very fast. There's.
We don't anticipate it.
Okay. All right. Then make sure, and you've got the copy of the state's proposed jury instructions. If not, can you just email them to all of us again? Sure. So that way we have a
There's
fresh, make sure you've got everything up to date, and send them, and everybody can look at them this evening. Any other issues we need to address? How many witnesses do you think you have tomorrow?
I believe we have 14.
Tomorrow, 14? Okay.
Seems like a lot.
Okay.
No, we only did 17.
All right.
10, Your Honor.
10. Okay. All right, then. Any other issues from the state or defense the court needs to address before we recess for the evening?
No, sir.
All right, very well. Then we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45.
Oh, good night, Kami. Good night. Yeah, so there's a day and a half tomorrow. So they have a full day tomorrow, and then closing arguments is the third day. And then the death penalty, after he gets convicted, then the death penalty hearings are 2 more days. So, and that's when they bring in all the doctors, well, all the doctors, a few doctors and stuff. But yeah, okay. So let's play with day 2. Let's start on day 2. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me remove that. Okay, so this is day 2. Actually, hold on 1 second. Let me look at the, I have them timestamped of everybody. So day 2, the first one I have listed is Cape Coral Canine Unit, Sergeant Justin DeRosa. But actually, it doesn't start until 33 minutes in. So it's just, I guess, if you guys want to see when he first walks in and see, sometimes the interaction and body language is interesting. He looks back. There's no, I don't think Alexa's there yet.
Go
He definitely
over
looked.
the proposed jury instructions briefly. Have you all had a chance to look at those from the defense side?
No.
We've seen them. I didn't know we were doing jury instructions this morning.
We're not doing the charge conference. I just wanted to make sure when we left last night was just to go over them, and if you had any significant disagreements or additions, corrections, or deletions,
Not that I
we could
recall.
discuss those this morning, and then that way during the day we can work on those.
I went over them this morning at the office, so
Okay.
I didn't see. Were there any changes from the last set you sent me? Okay.
Okay. All right then. And are there any special instructions that the defense is requesting at this point?
Not as of this time, Judge.
Okay.
When did we get the final instructions to control what?
I'm sorry?
The second page of the, maybe up here, okay.
I've seen those in other packets. We can discuss that if it's something you feel is inappropriate, but I think that's a standard instruction.
Confused.
All right. Other than that, then, anything else the
Oh
court
my
wants to
God.
address this morning from either the state or the defense? Okay. And then
His
one
lawyer's
thing, just wanted to
horrible.
make sure
That's what I just was
we
saying. He
didn't
looks
really
confused.
go over it, but
I know people say
since
that about
we
me too, but
excused two of the jurors at the beginning, just wanted to make sure I have juror, I believe 315 and 309 would be taking their places. Those were the first and second alternates.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Very well.
I know it starts
Then
at
are we-
33.
Do we know if we have the jurors?
But some people like to watch this. Do you want me to
Okay,
fast
then
forward
we're not
it?
ready to proceed. You have some time to look over your
Up to you.
jury
I don't care.
instructions or whatever you need to do.
It starts at 33.
I'll be right back.
They got 10 more witnesses. They may rest by lunchtime and they're on play
Says they got 10 more witnesses and then they're going to play your statement, your portion of your statement, is what he just said to him.
Everybody. All right. As soon as Mr. Shirley gets back, we'll be.
Oh, shoot. Oh, I hate when I wish they'd keep the audio on because we could kind of make out what they're saying. But here, we could fast forward it to 33. Wait, hold on. Let me rewind it, see if we could hear any.
For anyone here who has not hit through all the range, court's instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about your service as a juror on this case. Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State may call their next witness.
State calls Justin DeRosa.
Oh. I don't know. you're funny. Chicken sheet.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, and take the stand.
Please watch your step.
I'll have to try to pay attention, Bean Feathers. Wow.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sergeant Justin DeRosa,
And sir, where do you work?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 18 years.
And in what capacity?
I'm the sergeant of the K-9 unit.
And were you the sergeant of the K-9 unit back on the 10th of October of 2019?
I was.
Okay. What were your duties at that point in time?
That particular day, I was riding as a two-man unit with another officer because my vehicle was being serviced. So while I waited for that to be done, I was just driving around with a traffic officer.
About what time was that?
Late morning, early afternoon.
And while your car was being serviced, did you ask your partner to do anything in particular that afternoon?
Officer Wilson actually advised me he wanted to go check out a undeveloped kind of area in the North Cape. We were looking for the missing female Diane Ruiz.
So you became involved in the investigation of the missing person, Ms. Ruiz?
Ruiz, sorry, yes.
Was that in passing or was that something that you were actively involved in?
That was in passing. I was not like assigned to the case or anything like that.
So you had some spare time on your hands?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay. And you and Officer Wilson then said, hey, let's go check out this area.
Yes.
And where did you go?
So along Northwest 4th Place in that general area, but kind of north of Pine Island Road, there was a what would have been a development back during 2005, 2008, somewhere in then, and they had roads put in and a pond. And Officer Wilson was like, let's go drive that area and just check it out because not a lot of people even know it's there. So we just met up over there and we drove over there. There was another traffic officer in the area and we just started to drive the perimeter of the lake, which is kind of in the center of what the development would have been.
What prompted you to go to that particular location?
Just the general vicinity of where Mr. Ruiz was last seen. This would have been west of that location. Again, we knew that there was officers, detectives out looking for her, actively looking for her. We just said, well, let's try this area over here. Again, it was Officer Wilson's idea to really go check that area out. So give it, just go drive the area and see what we see.
So how many of you were there looking in that particular area at that time?
So me and Officer Wilson would have been in his vehicle, and then Officer Barkley was in his vehicle as well.
About how long had you been out there searching?
I would say, we were probably 15, 20 minutes maybe. It wasn't very long.
And then what happened?
So we're driving the perimeter of the lake and just, looking down in kind of the weeds and things of that nature. Saw a single vulture circling a wooded area to our east. And Officer Wilson and I both looked at each other and said, well, let's go over there and see what we find. It was kind of like an undeveloped lot with some trees on it, really, kind of a wooded lot area.
What did that single vulture indicate to you?
Well, vultures usually circle, carcasses, dead animals, dead bodies, whatever. So we thought that might be something to go investigate.
About how far away were you at that time when you saw that vulture to the body?
Maybe 2 blocks. Wasn't very far. 2, maybe 3 blocks.
So you see this vulture in the sky. It's circling. You then what? Getting back in your car and go where?
Well, Officer Wilson drove over up along Northwest 4th and kind of, again, the lot was wooded. He pulled his, he had a F-150. So we pulled the truck up around into the empty lot. And as we kind of started to turn north in the northern direction, there is when we both recognized a body in the woods.
About how far off the road did you see the body?
We were off the road, so we had to kind of enter the lot and kind of make that turn before we really saw it. So 30 feet, 40 feet maybe.
So did you ultimately wind up getting out of your vehicle?
We did. Again, we didn't really get very close, but we began to tape the area off. I advised the detectives working the scene or the case. They were on another channel. Advised them what we had located. And again, we just started to make sure that the area was secure, put up crime scene tape, things like that.
So directing your attention to the image that we have portrayed up on the screen, states exhibit number 28. Does that fairly and accurately depict the area in which you found the body there at Northwest 4th Place?
Yeah, that would not be looking north. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would look east. Yeah. So right there on this lower part of the screen, that kind of loop that's the undeveloped community that we were investigating when we saw the vulture. So yeah, a couple blocks.
So after you went ahead and taped off that particular scene, what did you do next?
We just held the scene and waited for the detectives and other officers to arrive. And then later I returned because obviously they expanded the crime scene and did what they did. We have a mobile command vehicle, and I was just assigned to that for security of the vehicle, of the command vehicle.
And this was on October 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's here in Lee County?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this
All right.
witness.
Mr. Hollander?
No cross, Judge.
All right. Sir, you can sit down.
Thanks.
Judge, at this time, I respectfully request that Mr. DeRosa be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
He can be excused. State and call your next witness.
Judge, state would call Ms. Jackie Fordham.
You just face the clerk, raise your right hand, and she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
You can take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name is Jacqueline Fordham,
And
observer of the forensics and the evidence units.
And what type of training experience allows you to do the job that you do?
I have a bachelor's in science degree from Florida Gulf Coast University in criminal justice studies. In 2007, I was hired on by the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic technician, which is basically your entry-level crime scene investigator. I was later promoted to forensic specialist, and then in May of 2021, took on the supervisory role.
So back in October of 2019, what was your role at that point in time?
Forensic specialist.
And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person by the name of Christine Melton?
I did.
Did you also become involved in the investigation of a missing person also known as Diana Ruiz?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the investigation that you conducted as it related to Miss Christine Melton. Were you involved with the processing of a black Nissan Versa that was attributed to Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 5. Is that the black Nissan Versa that you were involved in processing?
Yes.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen in the jury what is involved in processing a vehicle?
For this specific case, the vehicle was towed into our secure evidence storage area. Once the search warrant was served, we photographed the outside of the vehicle, notate anything that stands out to our eyes, such as damage or blood, any type of shrubbery, or anything that seems a little bit off or unique to the vehicle. We do a 360 view photography of it. Once that is done, if any additional processing needs to take place on the exterior of the vehicle, that is done as well. That can include collection of paint scrapings or blood, or just additional photographs if needed. We then make entry into the vehicle and do the same thing inside the vehicle. So 360 several views of all of the areas of the inside of the vehicle to include the items that are inside of it as well. We then start to document any specific evidence that we need to collect.
So directing your attention here then to what's been previously admitted as State's 5A. That would be the back of the black Nissan Versa.
Yes.
And then 5B. That is the driver's side of the black Nissan Versa.
That's correct.
I note that the driver's side door, or at least the window anyways, has plastic wrapped around it. Are you aware of how that came about?
I am.
And how is that?
I was informed that a officer made entry to the vehicle by breaking out that window.
Would that be consistent with State's Exhibit number 5C, which reflects all the broken glass on the driver's side door as well as the floorboard?
It would.
Also inside that vehicle in State's Exhibit number 5D, we have a series of name tags. Now, were those found where in the vehicle?
I believe they were in the center console armrest area.
And then those items would have been placed on the passenger seat in order to photograph them. Is that fair?
Yes, that's one of the seats.
I'd like to direct your attention specifically what's been admitted as 5E. What's the significance of this particular photograph to you?
That is the glove compartment that is located on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And then, was there anything that was located within that glove compartment?
Yes.
Of any note?
Yes.
What was that?
A cell phone.
Would that be one and the same cell phone that's reflected here in 5G?
Yes.
But also direct your attention here to what's been admitted as 5F. What are we looking at in that particular photograph?
This is a photograph of the passenger side of the vehicle from the driver's side perspective. On the right-hand side of the photo, you'll see the backrest of the seat, the plastic piece that goes along the door, as well as the seatbelt of the passenger side of that Versa.
And I note that if one looks closely at this particular photograph, there appears to be some discoloration here on the plastic, as well as some here on the seatbelt.
That is correct. There is staining there, as well as if you're sitting in the passenger seat, the right-hand side of that, you can kind of see that area of discoloration on the seat itself as well.
When you noted that discoloration, what did you do with that particular discoloration?
It was tested using a chemical called phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for blood. All areas that were just pointed out tested positive for blood.
Did you also search the rest of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything else of any note underneath the driver's side, or excuse me, the driver's seat?
Yes.
What did you see there?
An additional cell phone.
Would that be what's reflected here in State's Exhibit number 5I?
Yes.
And then obviously the back, which is reflected here in 5J.
That is correct.
Did you also find a Florida vehicle registration within that vehicle?
Yes.
Did you photograph that?
I did.
There's let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked State's Exhibit number 5K. Commissioner Bush.
You may.
Support, I'm handing you some previously marked to Stacy's number 5K. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that appear to be?
It is the photograph of the vehicle registration that I took for the Nissan Versa.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the Florida vehicle registration that you recovered from that black Nissan Versa at the time that you processed it?
Yes, it does.
Judge, at this time, state move Stacy's exhibit number 5K in evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. How long did it take for you to process that vehicle?
It was processed over the course of 2 days, beginning on October 7th and ending on October 9th.
Were you also involved in attending the autopsy of Miss Christine Melton?
I was.
And what was the purpose for you to attend the autopsy?
To photograph the decedent and also collect any evidence collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect any items as it relates to the autopsy?
I did.
Specifically, did you collect a DNA bloodstain card?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel previously marked Stacy's exhibit number 15. Commissioner Approach.
You may.
Support, I'm handing you some previously marked Stacy's exhibit number 15. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It is the sealed envelope of the blood stain card of Christine Melton that was collected by the medical examiner's personnel and then turned over to me. It is sealed with my initials, 4-digit, and the date of collection.
And is that item substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with addition of the FDLE lab documentation.
When we say the FDLE lab documentation, you're referring to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And the reason why the Florida Department of Law Enforcement seal would have been on that is because of the fact that you sent it off for forensic testing?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 10th. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of Miss Diana Ruiz when they located her body there at Northwest 4th Avenue?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how your involvement came about on that particular day?
I was on duty at the time at the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic specialist. We were advised by our law enforcement partners that an unidentified body had been located and that they requested crime scene to respond to it.
Did you?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We had several forensic vehicles respond to include our major crime scene vehicles. Myself, my supervisor at the time, and an additional technician responded out.
Were you lead in this particular case on that particular day?
I was not.
Okay. Who was the lead?
Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager.
And you were one of the individuals who was assisting and observed and essentially kind of almost supervised in a
Yeah.
sense?
Correct. I assisted forensic tech Buckner-Brager in her examination of the scene.
So when you get to this particular location, and I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen there, Stacy's exhibit number 28. Stacy's exhibit number 28 is an aerial photograph of where Ms. Ruiz was found and a series of tire tracks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, could you please tell us where it was that you essentially set your crime scene vans up and began your investigation?
So we had a vehicle stationed at the house, if you're looking at that photograph, to the left. And then our major crime scene van was to the right. We're leaving that main scene in the center. We began processing the scene by just the same way we do a vehicle, taking overall photographs of the area from all directions, including any evidence or potential evidence that we may find leading up to the actual site. And then we walk into the site and begin to take additional photographs.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did not do that. Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager is the one who photographed the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to observe and review all of the photographs that were taken in this particular case?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you recall her doing and seeing on that particular day?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel's previous remarks, cases number 29, 29A, 29B, and then 29C. Commissioner Process?
You may.
Board, I'm handing with some previous remarks, case number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C. Yes, you take a look at them. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
They are photographs of the scene located on the photograph that is on the screen.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene that you observed on October 10th of 2019?
Yes, they do.
And those photographs are one and the same that Ms. Buckner-Brager took on that scene that you had an opportunity to review?
Yes.
Judge, State would move cases number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C in evidence at this time.
No objection.
To be admitted.
Commissioner Approach.
You may.
Commissioner Polish.
You may.
Starting with some previously admitted as states number 29. Ms. Fordham, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the scene specific for where Miss Ruiz was found. If you're coming from that main street, this is into that field a little bit and to the left. It's where two bushes kind of merge together. Towards the right-hand side of the screen, you will see an image of the body that was located.
Was this body noticeable from the street?
No.
So it appeared to have been tucked away?
Yes.
And the only way you would have been able to observe this body is how?
You would have had to walk into that field and directly look at that bush.
So what we're looking at in 29A, what are we looking at there?
This is an additional picture of that scene, a little bit closer in and slightly to the left angle. The body is now located on the left-hand side of the screen.
29B?
Again, walking a little bit closer to the scene. The body is visible at the top center of the photograph, and underneath or closer to the bottom of the screen, you'll see one black shoe.
And lastly, 29C.
This is a photograph right next to the body that was located in the position that she was located in.
Was she missing the shoe?
She was.
Was Ms. Ruiz immediately recognizable?
No,
Why not?
she was in a advanced stage of decomposition.
What do you mean?
If you look towards the center of the body, the belly area is bloated, showing the gases of the body starting to get larger and larger, which will expand the body itself. Her hands were very deteriorated. The skin was already starting to slip off, and her face was not recognizable. There was a very large amount of bug activity located all over her body as well.
When Ms. Ruiz was discovered and recovered, was the medical examiner's office ultimately notified?
Yes.
Did they arrive on scene?
Yes.
And did they ultimately have Ms. Ruiz removed from the scene?
Yes.
Did you touch the body at all while it was out in the state of decomposition out
No.
near the shrubs?
Sorry, no.
What did you do after you photographed Ms. Ruiz in this state?
The medical examiner responded and took custody of the decedent. The area was searched once the body had been removed and additional photographs were taken. And then the scene was cleared once our investigation was complete.
Now, did you ultimately wind up attending the autopsy of Ms. Ruiz as well?
Yes,
Obviously, same purpose that you attended Ms. Melton's autopsy.
yes,
And when you attended Ms. Ruiz's autopsy, did you also collect bloodstain cards?
I did.
And that also direct your attention to when you processed that vehicle, did you also collect and take a blood sample swab of that vehicle as well?
Yes, multiple swabs were collected.
Judge, let the record reflect on showing defense counsel some previously marked the states number 32 and 33.
Which one is that? That's 30, 33.
Commissioner Approach.
Commit.
Board, I'm handing you some previously marked the states number 32 and 33. Ask you to take a look at those items. Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the sealed bloodstain cards collected from the autopsy of Miss Ruiz, as well as the sealed swabs collected from the passenger door of the Versa.
Now, the bloodstain card, is that state's exam number 32?
Yes, sir.
Is that substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Correct, with the addition of the FDLE lab stickers.
Okay, and once again, that would indicate that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had reviewed this particular item,
Yes, sir.
and you asked that it be forensically examined?
Correct.
And state's exhibit number 33 is what?
The blood sample swabs from the passenger interior door of the Nissan Versa.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with the addition of the FDLE documentation.
And lastly, that's due to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement having reviewed that particular item,
Correct.
and that you having sent it off to Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have it forensically examined.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Any questions?
Did you yourself or someone under your direction, were there any pictures of tread marks, tire marks, anything?
There were photographs of the tire impressions in the grass leading up to where Miss Ruiz was located. The grass was somewhat tall. It wasn't cut. And so actual impressions that would be able to be cast would not be possible, given that there's impressions mean like sand. So you can actually get an impression. This is grass. So it would just be a visual kind of line that you'd be able to observe.
Did you take any swabs from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs collected from the bumper area of the vehicle.
And what happened to those swabs?
I'm not sure if they were ever tested, but they were collected during the search warrant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Saying it really quick. Did they say that they took? When I get in chat, sometimes I miss things. Did they say that they took from the bumper? Did they say there was blood or not on the bumper? I was waiting to see, and I just missed it. Dang, I might have to rewind it just for a minute. I'll just put it on double speed. I just have to see. I missed it. I'm sorry. Unless if somebody wants to tell me real quick. Dang
Did
it.
you yourself or someone under your direction, were there any pictures of tread marks, tire marks, anything?
There were photographs of the tire impressions in the grass leading up to where Miss Ruiz was located. The grass was somewhat tall, it wasn't cut, and so actual impressions that would be able to be cast would not be possible, given that there's impressions mean like sand, so you can actually get an impression this is grass. So it would just be a visual kind of line that you'd be able to observe.
Did you take any swabs from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs collected from the bumper area of the vehicle.
And what happened to those swabs?
I'm not sure if they were ever tested, but they were collected during the search warrant.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Anything else?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can sit down.
Thank you.
And did the state,
Judge, this time state would respect your request that Ms. Ford be excused.
Any objection? No, you're released. Same call the next witness.
Judge, same call, Dr. Coyne.
I always, if I wasn't live, I'd be listening to on double speed. I listen to all my trials on double speed. I just, because I need to get through them, and trials are like 8 hours a day. So I get through them in half the time, but I've tried it for, I have tried to play videos here on double speed, and it just, not everybody could do it. So that's why I don't do it here. But when when I do it myself, I'm always on double speed. So question, did the state though say anything about testing the bumper at all or no? And I just wonder why they didn't. Maybe they just didn't need it because they had so much other stuff they didn't need the bumper to test it, like the DNA, if it was Diane's. But I'm just curious. It sounds like they didn't, right? I don't think the state even asked any questions about that. So I don't know. Oh, thank you, Brad. New subscriber. Thank you. I love a new subscriber, but thank you for your compliment. Wait, what did they say about the hood, Trisha? I missed it. Did they say that it linked back to Diane then or not? They said they did take the swabs in the bumper, but I don't know. I missed if they did. Oh, no DNA was tested on the outside. Defense should have asked. Okay. Defense did ask. That's what they asked. And they said that's just what they asked right then. Okay. Stabbed. Wait, stabbed, not tested. Wait, what? What are you saying, chicken? Oh, swabbed. Oh, swab, not tested. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. It was swab, not tested. But the hood, though, somebody said the hood. I just heard him say the bumper, so I didn't hear what they said about the hood. Okay, I'm going to continue.
Doctor, you face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay.
You take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Sure. How you doing? I am Dr. Thomas Coyne, Coyne.
Dr. Coyne, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner. I am the current chief medical examiner in District 2, Tallahassee.
I'd like to direct your attention to October of 2019.
Sure.
Where were you working at that time?
I was the deputy chief medical examiner here at District 21.
Would you please describe your training and educational background for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that allows you to do the work that you do?
Sure. Started out first with medical school. I completed my MD at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School or Rutgers University. At that same time, I also completed a PhD in toxicology and pharmacology. I then went on for a general residency in pathology or anatomic pathology at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania. At that same time, I completed a fellowship training or subspecialty training in neuropathology. After that, I went to the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office for training in forensic pathology. So right now, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
All right. It's a lot of pathologies. Please describe for us what pathology is.
Sure, it's a branch of medicine, as internal medicine and sort of general medicine. Pathologists work behind the scenes. We have the same training as other physicians, but our job really is to determine or identify disease in tissues or in a deceased person. And we use our knowledge as a physician as well as other tools such as the autopsy procedure. We use our microscope to do histology to look at the tissues themselves, and other tests like microbiology testing or genetic testing. And together we put all that information together with other physicians, hopefully to either identify your disease if you were in a hospital, or in my case as a forensic pathologist, to determine cause and manner of death.
You just anticipated my next question. What exactly is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology takes all the tools that you learn as a pathologist, and we also study how injuries occur, so mechanisms of injury, how force creates injury, whether it's a blunt force or a sharp type force. We also learn about gunshot injuries, environmental injuries like fire and chemical injury. We have training in toxicology. We learn about the process of decomposition, and we use all of that again to figure out how a person dies.
Brings me to my next question. Anatomical pathology is what?
That's just general pathology.
And when we're talking about neuropathology, what are we referring to?
That's specifically pathology of the brain.
How long would you say that you've been a doctor?
11 years now. Well, since 2009, a doctor, but training as a forensic pathologist for 11 years. They go by so fast.
How many years have you been in medical examiner?
11 years.
All right. So in that time, can you tell us approximately how many autopsies that you've gone ahead and performed?
Ooh, it's approaching 4,000 now.
Now, back in October of 2019, you indicated that you were the deputy chief medical examiner here in Lee County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
I did.
In general, could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the purpose of conducting an autopsy?
Sure. An autopsy, ultimately, it's to determine the cause and manner of death. But an autopsy is a procedure in which I examine a deceased person initially, much like I would a person who walks into an office, to see your physician. You start with examining the person externally, making note of normal body features, their body habitus, and then begin working to see if there are any unusual features like congenital defects or injuries. You catalog everything you see externally, and then you work internally, examining all the internal body cavities to, again, look for normal features as well as any signs of disease or injury. You add to that any microscopy or histology, looking at their tissues under the microscope. You sample their bodily fluids or tissues to do toxicology testing. And then you take all that data together and you hopefully arrive at a cause and manner of death.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen the difference between cause and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is what actually led you to die on that particular day. So for instance, let's say if you had heart disease and you had a heart attack. Well, physicians, we call that a myocardial infarction. So our cause of death would be myocardial infarction due to coronary artery disease, and that's your cause of death. And in that case, your manner of death would be natural. Whereas let's say if you died in a car accident, you had head trauma, and perhaps maybe your cause of death is traumatic brain injury due to a motor vehicle accident, then your manner of death would be accident. In Florida, we have 5 manners of death. There's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then lastly, undetermined.
All right. Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz. Did you perform that on the 11th of October of 2019?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. The body was transported to our office under homicide protocol. So it was in a body bag that was sealed with a lock. So the first thing we did was unsealed that lock, opened the body bag, and began examining the body in its natural state, that is wearing clothing, sort of slowly documenting the clothing the person was wearing, removing the clothing from that person, placing that aside for additional photography, and then moving in towards examining the body.
What injuries did you note, if any, on the external examination of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. Most notably, so she was in the stages of putrefactive decomposition. So her tissues were being decomposed and degrading. She had some evidence of animal or scavenging activity on her body as well. And so portions of her ears and nose were removed already, most likely by avian scavengers. But I could see externally, first and foremost, that she had fracturing of the nasal bone. She also had a laceration underneath her left breast. She also had bruising or hemorrhaging in the skin on both sides of the left and right sides of the body.
Was that the extent of the external injuries that you observed?
The most significant external. There was, of course, a lot of significant internal injuries.
And did you document all of these by way of
I apologize. She also had, what I didn't talk about was bruising on the back of her left forearm, bruising on the back of her left hand. I can also see that she had a fracture of the fourth finger, the proximal part of the fourth finger. And she also had some bruising on her right arm as well.
After you noted these external injuries, did you ultimately document those particular injuries by way of a photograph?
I did, yeah.
Now, before we get into the internal examination, did you also document the internal examination by and through photography as
yes.
well? So, if I may approach defense counsel, Judge.
Yeah.
I'm showing you those increases marked. It states number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30G, and 30H.
You may.
Back in order.
Judge, can we approach?
You can. Actually, it might be a good time to just take a quick break. I'll send you all back to the jury room.
It was supposed to be this July, but Mike Tyson had an ulcer and they had to push it back. The people, I'm talking about the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight, they had it all planned and we had to push it back. So it's rescheduled, but it's supposed to happen. I mean, Mike Tyson's pretty old, 58, I think. So as long as health wise, he's ready, they're supposed to redo it or rain check. Like it's supposed to still happen. Yeah, but it hasn't yet. Anyway, so wait, what's going on? I'm missing my chat. I feel like there's a few different things going on in chat, so forgive me if I don't see everything, guys. There's no way that they're gonna pay respect. What are we paying respect to? Hey, Bella Blaze. I already said hi to you earlier, huh? I don't know what I'm doing. It's getting there. It's getting late, but I'm still going. Wait, who did you meet at Brian Laundrie's house?
He's,
Oh.
those three, Judge.
Okay.
Out of,
Approach.
unduly prejudicial, violation of 94-3.
Thank you.
Oh, Darth, I've been watching the boxing fights too. So I prefer UFC, but boxing has been good lately too. What is that hanging? Oh, is that a mic hanging down? Do you see that hanging down right there? Look, right here. I just noticed that. Huh. Is that?
Okay.
First one,
Oh,
Which 30?
30.
I might pass through. Let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
Evidence are over doing the photograph, and then the other two
Seven.
were objecting to also.
Okay. Just on 403.
36.
Okay. Stay.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
57. I think we have a big break now, actually.
I'd like to direct the court's attention to McWater versus State.
Oh, he's still up there.
613,
I thought he was over.
Supreme Court case in 2010.
Sorry.
I'd like to direct the
Medical
court's attention
records still up.
specifically to its analysis, which is directly on point in this particular
I thought it was
case.
done. Oh, there's another one.
It
What?
essentially discusses the condition of
Those camp? I don't know. Oh, you leaving, Mike?
McWater talks about
Is everything good?
Just direct me which page, column, and paragraph.
page
Why are you
21,
leaving?
Judge,
Thank you.
at the bottom right-hand side of the page. That's for admissibility of photographic evidence is relevance, not necessity.
Oh, you just hit.
In this particular case, Judge, the trial court did not abuse its discretion in allowing the admission of the autopsy photographs. They upheld the admission of the photographs when they were offered to explain a medical examiner's testimony, the manner of death, the location of the wounds, or to demonstrate the heinous, atrocious, or cruel factor. The court cites England versus State, held that the court did not abuse its discretion permitting medical examiner to testify using autopsy photographs depicting the victim's head, torso, and hands in moderately decomposed state
No, I
with
just-
extensive
I just wanted to
discoloration,
make-
skin sloughing off, and insect larvae on the wounds. This court held that the photographs were relevant to establish the manner and cause of death and the HAC aggravator. In this
Wow.
particular case, Judge, those photographs depict exactly that. And states respectfully requesting this court to overrule defense counsel's objection. Additionally,
So,
Judge,
okay, and let me ask you this, so Mr. Gardner, on the exhibits that the defenses object to, 30, 30A, and 30B, what is the probative value you're seeking to elicit in the testimony of the doctor in regards to those specific pictures?
if I can take a look at those once again, Judge, I'm happy to explain it to you. Judge, as it relates to state's exhibit number 30, clearly we have a photograph that depicts the decomposition of the face as well as the hair of Ms. Ruiz at the time, which also depicts the damage to the nasal passage, which depicts the wound that was inflicted upon her at the time.
Let me see that. I'll just look at them as you get. Thank you.
State's exhibit number 30A, Judge, depicts an overall photograph of Ms. Ruiz from the waist up, depicting the damage and laceration to the under the left breast. And under 30B, that is a close-up of the laceration underneath the left breast.
Okay.
Which also indicates the state in which she was found at the time, which Mr. Wilson left her underneath the shrub and trees there on Northwest 4th Avenue. It also dictates the violent nature of the wounds that were inflicted upon her at the time. And clearly, Judge, it clearly goes to not only manner and cause of death, but it also assists the medical examiner in talking about the heinous, atrocious, and cruel manner in which Ms. Ruiz died.
Okay. Your response to that?
I'm not sure the relevancy of the HAC at this point. I don't think that's a relevant consideration. It may, Dr. Coyne may need to be recalled as part of the penalty phase if that's where the state's going. But at this point, I think that for purposes of the guilt phase, those photographs are their probativeness is outweighed by their unfair prejudice.
He did it.
Judge, in our indictment, we've gone ahead and alleged that not only was Miss Diana Ruiz strangled, but we've also shown that she died as a result of blunt force injuries. These photographs clearly depict that. They're clearly relevant and they clearly outweigh the prejudicial nature. Judge, while we understand that they're prejudicial, they're not unfairly prejudicial to the defense. They're clearly more probative than not.
Can I see the other photographs
Absolutely.
that you don't object to?
I'd also point out that there were over 100 photographs that were taken of Ms. Ruiz during the course of her autopsy, and we've narrowed those down substantially to just these.
Oh, we don't mean to bother you, Wade. Almost like he's so sick of it, like there's almost an eye roll. Oh, sorry, Wade. Sorry, we're wasting your time. Oh.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. I've reviewed the photographs, specifically 30, 30A, 30B, as well as the other photographs, which are not objected to at this point, which is 30C, (30E), 30F, 30G, and 30H. The court does find that there are proposed, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? In 30A, 30B, and 30, there are different perspectives of the autopsy that they do show different injuries to the body, that their probative value is not substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
On all three.
All three of 30, 30A, and 30B. Okay.
Thank you.
Are we bringing the jury back in, or you need a?
No.
Okay. Thought you were looking at me like you needed a break.
No, they were already out, so I figured we'd take a break, but
Okay.
no, that's okay.
If you need to, we can, but okay. Are we ready to bring the jury back in then? So other than that objection, well, I'll let you do it in front of the jury. Let's bring the jury back in.
Yours entry.
All right, please be seated. Mr. Carter,
Thank you. May I approach?
you may.
Dr. Coyne, I'm handing with the producing market states examiner 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30F, 30G, and 30H.
Okay,
I see you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
I do.
It's been all night. How are you? Yeah, I was eating Twizzlers, Darth.
So these are all photographs that were taken on the day of the autopsy in the morgue here in Fort Myers.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the autopsy conducted upon Miss Dinah Ruiz when you conducted it back on that day?
Yes, they do.
Judge, they moved all those items in evidence at this time.
Very well. And your previous objection is noted. Other than that, any other objections?
Well, this list, there was an F. I don't recall an F. I mean,
I'll let you take a look.
Right, but you just said.
I'll let you all walk over and show them what you're. Okay. All right. Other than that previous objection, which is still noted, any other objection?
No,
All right. They'll be admitted.
no additional objections.
Yes, I understand.
Commissioner approach, Judge.
You may. You may.
Dr. Coyne, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the face of the decedent taken on the autopsy table. You can see here.
Could we have that identify which exhibit that is, please?
30.
Yeah, because we can't see the exhibit sticker on them. Thank you.
And the picture shows the exposed nasal bone, which you can see is fractured.
And we look at State's Exhibit number 30A.
Sure, this is a view of the body again, lying supine on the autopsy table. This gives a view of the neck and torso. And here you can see under the left breast, there is a horizontal laceration.
In 30B, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a more closer view of that same laceration under the left breast.
Now, doctor, when we're looking at the photographs, when a body is in a state of decomposition, what is the body doing at that point in time?
Sure. So all of our body is covered with bacteria and lined with bacteria. And so when you die, the ability of your immune system to protect you against those bacteria stops. And so that bacteria basically multiply and travel throughout your body, literally consuming your tissues. And so that is the process of putrefaction that we are seeing here. At the same time, too, because you are deceased, the enzymes in your body, as they're being released from your cells, will also aid or add to that process.
And is there also a series of bloating that occurs as well?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
That happens because the bacteria that are present within our gut that travel throughout our body are anaerobic bacteria, so they will produce gases like methane and hydrogen sulfide during the process of putrefaction.
Now, direct your attention back to the screen here at 30C. What are we looking at in this particular photo?
So this is a photograph now of the decedent on her stomach, and you're looking at her back and the back of her head. Her arms are up in the air. So her right arm is present. And although you see discoloration, within that area of discoloration is actual bruising or contusions of the back of the right arm as well as on the right forearm. She has bruising or contusions on the bilateral upper back regions or the trapezius muscles, which are in that area. And you can see on the left side, there's some red purple discoloration, which is also contusions.
And would you please step down, if you would be so kind as to point exactly what it is that you're talking about with regards to the various contusions?
You have to speak up loud because there's not a microphone there.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, here is the right arm, and here is drying or desiccation of the skin. But you can see here, there's this red purple discoloration, which is the hemorrhage or bruising. And she also has that mixed within this area of drying here in her forearm. You can also see here now, looking at the back, this area right here and here, which is that same contusions or hemorrhage. Because when you reflect the skin, when you're doing the internal examination, you can actually see the hemorrhage within the fat tissue underneath the skin, letting you know that it's real hemorrhage and not just artifact of decomposition.
Now, on this particular photograph, closer to the left-hand side in the upper left, we note that there's an extremely darker discoloration. Is that discoloration that relates to a tattoo, or is that relation to actual hemorrhage into the body?
This area right here is a tattoo.
And what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 30D, would that be an up-close photograph of that particular tattoo?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, before you go anywhere, you indicated that you conducted the internal examination of Miss Diana Ruiz.
Yes, it is.
What did you find as it relates to any type of internal exam or injuries to Diana Ruiz?
Sure. So the internal examination of this case, involved reflecting the skin of the neck, as well as the skin of the chest and the abdomen. In particular, we were able to see that there was hemorrhage on the right side of the neck within the fat tissue, as well as the large muscle here on the right side of our neck called the sternocleidomastoid muscle. In addition, we have a bone in our neck, a free-floating bone called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone. The left side of that bone was fractured. That bone sits just above our thyroid cartilage. So in men, we have the Adam's apple, more prominent than in females, but you also have the same thyroid cartilage. The top of that thyroid cartilage has two horns, and those horns sit right below that hyoid bone in our neck. These two horns were fractured. As well, she had a large number of rib fractures. So she had fractures to the 1st through 11th ribs of both the lateral and posterior aspects of the torso. She also had some anterior rib fractures. This photo here is a picture of the neck. As you can imagine, the head is here.
Hold on one second. What exhibit is that?
That would be State's Exhibit number 30D, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It says F.
30. I apologize, 30F.
You can see this is, if I make a Y incision on the body here, I'm pointing to it on my torso, and I reflect the skin backwards. That is what we're seeing here. And this is the neck. You can see that hemorrhage I was referring to in the soft tissue or fat tissue, as well as within the muscle.
How much pressure, or what would it take to cause that kind of damage?
I'd say probably far greater than 10 to 15 pounds of pressure, because you have also a corresponding fracture of the hyoid bone and the tracheal bone.
You indicated the hyoid bone as well as the.
Here is the thyroid cartilage, and I don't know if you want to show the figure number, but
That's going to be State's Exhibit number 30G, Your Honor.
If we all feel that on the front of our neck right here, that ridge. So this is the front, this is the back, and these two horns are fractured. And here's our trachea right here, our airway. Right, that's the highlight bone, which sits right above this, and you can see there's hemorrhage in the left side of the highlight bone, which shows it's fractured. You can see the hemorrhaging there, hemorrhaging down there. And there's the fracture right there.
You made mention in Stacy's exhibit number 30E that I'm showing you here, that you noted that there were several rib fractures.
So this is now a picture after the skin of the body has been reflected. We've removed all of the internal organs, and now you're looking, here's the spine, and here are the posterior aspects of the ribs. This hemorrhage here on both sides corresponds to all of the rib fractures. And you can see these little gaps here. These are the actual fractures on both sides. And there are fractures in rib numbers 1 through 11 on both sides.
Now, as we're looking at Stacy's exhibit number 30E, you indicated that there are multiple rib fractures. Is that on just one side, or is it front and back?
So on the back, there are 1 through 11. And then if you can imagine, the ribs kind of curve around. The lateral aspects also have similar fractures, which are not as well visualized here. You can see some of those fractures in here.
So essentially, when we're referring to multiple fractures, we're essentially looking at 2 sets of fractures on one side and 2 sets of fractures on the other side. Is that fair? What kind of force would cause multiple fractures such as those?
A significant compressive type force, because if you can imagine, the body's laying on the ground and my hands are the ribs, because of the top of the ribs and the bottom ribs. You have fractures in the top, lateral aspects, and the bottom. So it's more or less a compressive force that caused all those fractures together. So a significant weight bearing down, or a force bearing down upon the body.
You'd like to take the stand again, Doctor? So would you say that, I don't know, an automobile driving over a body could cause that kind of?
That would certainly cause that, yeah.
I'm going to also show you 30H.
That's, yeah, it's a photo of a ring that we obtained during the autopsy, removed from the body of the autopsy.
And that's one that was taken, 30I, that was also previously admitted.
That's correct. Yep. Also removed it.
Now, doctor, when we're talking about damage to the thyroid cartilage as well as to the tracheal aspect of the throat, could you tell us approximately what it is that would cause that kind of damage?
Those are the types of injuries that we classically see in strangulation, where a person will place pressure across another person's neck, whether it is using a ligature or even using a hand by grasping the neck very firmly and squeezing down upon those structures.
And does it take a tremendous amount of force in order to cause fractures to those particular items?
The fractures, yes.
Now, the hemorrhaging that you saw in the neck area underneath, how much damage or pressure would you say would cause that?
For the type of bleeding you see there, less pressure than it takes to fracture a bone. But the pressure, the real issue is the pressure it requires to compress the carotid arteries, because ultimately what happens is those carotid arteries that course down the side of our neck takes about 10 pounds of pressure really to compress those. And so if you compress those, you can also, with that same amount of pressure, you're also tearing apart those fine capillaries and small vessels, which are in the muscle around those main arteries. So that's causing the hemorrhage you see in there, but it's also compressing those carotids, preventing blood flow to our brain.
Now, given the various contusions and bruising that you saw around the body in your external examination, would those have been consistent with, say, someone who was actively trying to defend themselves?
Certainly the ones, on the arms would be in the distribution that would suggest that, on the backs of the hand and the forearms, which are classically where we say possibly in a defensive type region, where you're trying to parry a blow or protect yourself.
Now, when we're talking about strangulation and someone is attempting to strangle an individual, how long would it take for someone to ultimately wind up dying as a result of that?
It doesn't take much to cause a person to pass out. Probably 15 to 20 seconds of a hold around the neck, as you can imagine from people that have a sleeper hold, or you've seen it in videos or movies, and that's real. In other words, it's the lack of blood flow to the head. The real issue is if you maintain that. If you release pressure at that point in time, a person will return or regain consciousness. If you hold that pressure there for a greater period of time, probably beyond 30 seconds, you may not actually have a return to consciousness because the lack of blood flow to the brain was persistent. And that's really the issue. And in her case too, the question I have, obviously you have these injuries, and then you have the other injuries, the compressive injuries. You have hemorrhage in the back of the neck on the spinous processes, or as you can feel here, the big prominent one back here is called C7. There is C5, C6, and C4. All those vertebrae, or the bones of her spine, have hemorrhage around them. The other thing is there was actual hemorrhage around the membrane between the first and the second cervical vertebrae. And so what that tells me is that there was a significant force that went through that region while she was alive, because had she not been alive, I wouldn't have seen hemorrhage in those regions. And why that's notable for me is because that part of your spinal cord, as it goes upwards into our brainstem, is responsible for our ability to breathe. So we're sitting here breathing in, breathing out, not thinking about it. That part of our brain controls that involuntary activity. And so if a significant force is pushed through that region, you could also cause a person to stop breathing or die as well. So you have those two injuries occurring most likely while she was alive, therefore creating injuries that have a hemorrhage.
So in other words, she would have been aware of the fact that she was in the process of dying at that time.
She very well could have been, yes.
Could she have also been aware of the fact that she could have been strangled, could have come and still been breathing, and ultimately then sustained the blunt force trauma that she sustained to her ribcage?
That's quite possible, yes.
You don't know the order in which those injuries happened, do you, doctor?
I do not.
Okay. So can one have those multiple rib fractures and then ultimately be strangled, or vice versa?
Yes.
Could Diana Ruiz have survived these?
Given the severity of the injuries to the neck, I would say no.
And doctor, did you also fill out a death certificate in this particular case?
I did.
Exhibit 31.
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing you this increasing market exhibit 31. That should take a look at that.
I do. This is a Florida state certificate of death.
And is that a certified copy?
Yes, it is.
Is that at this time, Judge, the state would move Stacy Zimmer 31 into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Now, doctor, at the time that you were at the District 21 Medical Examiner's office back in October of 2019, as a deputy chief, did you also supervise the autopsy of a Miss Christine Melton?
I was involved in that, yes.
Could you please describe for us what your involvement was as it relates to that particular case?
Sure. At that time, I was the deputy chief medical examiner, and so it was very common for me to interact with all of the associate medical examiners at the office at the time, they were all younger than me, a little less experienced. And so I would very often talk with them daily about their cases. I would always go into the back in the morgue to see what cases were there that day, to see if the associate medical examiners had any questions, just to discuss their plan of attack, if you will, how they would approach a case. So that was something I did on this day with Dr. Hernandez, who was the primary doctor on the case.
Did you also have active involvement in the examination of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did observe all of those injuries. Yep.
And what, if anything, did you note were of any concern to you?
Sure. I mean, well, certainly, just looking externally, you can see that she had a large number of bruises on her body, on her face, a swollen eye, contusions around the eye, contusions around the mouth. She had bruising all over her torso, all over her arms. So it was suggested that she had blunt trauma. And being a young person, you always wonder if whether or not that could be, the cause of a person's death. And so similar to the injuries we describe here, when Noelle did the internal examination, you can see that there was a significant amount of hemorrhaging on both sides of the neck, within both, skeletal muscles of the neck. She also had bruising in her scalp, all over her scalp, as well as within the subscalp muscles. So again, showing significant blunt force trauma. Also, just if I can continue, what was notable about this case was when she did the internal examination, she also saw that there was contusions of her internal organs as well. So forces that were directed to the outside of the body also went inward. And so she had bruising or contusions of the lungs. She had a contusion of the liver. She also had contusions on the back of her bladder, as well as contusions to her colon, indicating that there was a significant force to the abdomen as well.
Now, as a result of having observed the external as well as the internal examination of Ms. Melton, did you also conduct an examination of her brain?
I did, yes.
And what did that examination reveal to you?
Sure. I mean, it was a structurally normal brain, so there wasn't anything congenitally wrong, any brain masses or anything that would cause a person to die. But the interesting thing that I did see was the brain was swollen, or edematous. And that to me fits with the injuries you observe on her scalp and around her head. It suggests that there was an underlying concussive trauma, because a brain can swell if a person is deprived of oxygen, but it needs time to have that process to occur. So if a person, let's say, you cut off oxygen or blood flow to a person's brain, and then you let them recover, that brain will swell. But if a person dies from injuries, and in this case, more than likely, she was asphyxiated from strangulation, she would have died, not allowing the brain to swell because of that process. And so it suggests to me that that swelling occurred prior to that, probably from concussive trauma to her head.
And did you ultimately concur with the doctor as it relates to her findings that Ms. Melton died as a result of asphyxiation?
Yes.
There you go. Blunt force trauma. There's some kind of trauma to her head that he said that it wouldn't be from her being strangled. So there was more to it. I'm thinking, could it be like maybe he did go to strangle her and hit her head on the back of the headboard or something? You know what I'm saying? Or the bed post or something. I guess I could see something like that, but I don't know. He's just gross. He's just horrible, horrible, horrible. Anyway, I'm searching for the lawyer. I got Gucci. I got the 2 mugshots. Now I'm doing a background search so I could get the specifics of why. But I'll show it after he's done testifying.
No further question for this question.
Just a couple of questions up again.
Yes.
Doctor, let's go back to Ms. Ruiz. I'm a little bit confused here. You can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty as to what order these injuries occurred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible that she was unconscious from the strangulation at the time she incurred the injury to her neck and the ribs were broken.
It's possible.
Now, the injury to the neck, were vertebrae actually cracked or broken?
No, you just had hemorrhage around there, which
Okay. So there was pressure around that area.
a force, yeah, that had gone through there. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, is that part of the strangulation process? Is that an independent trauma that the back of the neck was exposed to?
It could be a part of the, I mean, it's in the general region. So in other words, if I stretched my my hands are from the front all the way around the back, those vertebrae are in that general region, right? If you had a force wrapped around the neck. But you also have hemorrhage that goes deeper into the upper back muscles. And then you have those rib fractures that continue on, behind that. So it's likely that that also occurred from that large force upon the body.
It sounds to me like your earlier testimony that the cause of death or primary cause of death was not necessarily from the rib fractures or from the asphyxiation, but was related more to the damage to the neck in the back?
Well, it's not necessarily. You have multiple injuries here, all of which could cause death, right? So take everything else out. The rib fractures alone would prevent normal chest excursion, really limiting a person's ability to breathe normally, right? So that certainly could cause death.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me just stop you there.
Yeah, sure.
She couldn't breathe. She may not have been able to breathe normally, but she still might have been able to breathe.
Yeah, but again, like I said, those injuries, if left unattended, you're asking me, that I only think that this could have caused death. No, there's other injuries that could have caused death. That's why I have my cause of death more generalized.
Okay. But once again, you can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty that she was conscious at the time that she sustained any of these other injuries.
I could not know.
With the regard to Ms. Melton, she didn't have the same injuries around her vertebrae, did she?
No.
She didn't have any broken bones?
No.
You mentioned that there was blunt force trauma, evidence of blunt force trauma to the head because there was hemorrhaging under the scalp.
That's correct.
But you couldn't see the hemorrhaging on the scalp itself, could you?
It's quite common that you don't know.
Okay. So, but I mean, I don't really understand. Well, that's what happens. I'm a lawyer, you're a doctor, so you explain these things to me. Somebody hits me on the arm, I get a bruise on my arm. All right, and that comes to the surface, and you can see that. How is it that you can get a contusion to your head where you can't see the bruising on the head? You can only see it underneath the scalp.
It's actually far more common than you think. Very common in injuries to the body. First of all, when you get a bruise or a contusion to the skin, it's because there's a rapid deformation or compression of the skin with a shear effect that causes a tearing of those capillaries in the skin. So it all really depends upon the level or surface at which that tearing occurs. If it occurs immediately beneath the skin, you're going to see bruising in the skin itself, right? Blows to the body. Very often you don't see bruises. Why? Because you don't have a bone immediately beneath the surface of the skin. So you're not compressing that skin rapidly against a structure causing tearing. So more common than not, you'll see nothing on the outside, but you'll see bruising on the inside to our internal organs, which we saw in this case. Now on the head, same thing. The head's a curved structure. If you have a glancing blow, you may not actually get a direct impact of the tissue causing rapid deformation and tearing of the vessels under the skin, but it may be more of a shear strain that causes the tearing of the blood vessels underneath the skin as scalp, skin, and fat move against each other like this. The blood vessels that course through there get torn, and that leads to bleeding in the tissues underneath. So very common, more common than you think, and as a matter of fact, it's very common for me to reflect the skin and see a greater bruise underneath the skin that I see on the outside of the skin.
Okay, well, and that brings us to a point too. You see a greater bruise underneath the skin than you do on the surface of the skin, yet we would expect to see some bruising on the surface of the skin if it is blunt force trauma from like being hit with a hard, solid object.
Possible, but not necessarily.
Okay.
much more common in younger persons to not see bruising. That's classic throughout the pediatric literature.
All right. But you did say you saw hemorrhaging underneath the scalp, but you didn't see any fractures of any of the skull or anything like that.
No.
All right. So it wasn't trauma such that it would have cracked the skull.
No.
And we didn't have any. You already told us she didn't have any injury directly to the vertebrae. She did no cracked vertebrae or anything like that.
No.
No, and then no injuries to the spinal column.
Not that we were to see. No.
The injury to the head, could it have been from the same or similar compression that you had in the neck area? It didn't necessarily have to be a blow. It could have just been compression.
No, it would have compression to the neck would cause hypoxia or lack of blood flow. And if the decedent was alive long enough, then sure. But more than likely, again, me seeing just a generalized swelling of the brain, something I very often see in concussive head trauma.
Okay. Once again, with Ms. Melton, you can't tell us with any degree of scientific certainty how long she was conscious at the time she expired.
I could not, no.
I don't have further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. You can step down.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, I want to do something really quick. I'll show you the thank you, Gucci. You're always hooking me up with some info. Thank you for those mug shots. Hold on one second. Let me remove this, and then I'll give the mug shots first, and then I did a background search on him, and I found what the charges, or at least some of his charges. So I think we have a little abuser too. I don't want to. I mean, I don't know. It is a charge, a battery strike charge. But hold on one second. Let me show you the mug shots that Gucci sent me. This is his lawyer. It's the one that we were just, not the one that looks confused with his mouth open all the time. It's the bald one that he was just asking the questions. His name's Kevin Shirley. He was a prosecutor turned criminal defense attorney. Kind of did a little look-see, looked him up a little bit for a minute. Okay, so let me share my screen over here real quick, and I'll show you. So here's here's one mugshot. Compliments of Gucci. Thanks, Gucci. Are you still here, Gooch? The Gooch? Wait, there's another one, the Gooch. So you're Gucci, but I have another viewer, a regular that comes in, the Gooch. So there's two. So I have to make sure you're Gucci, and then we got the Gooch. Is the Gooch here? Yeah, you're still here. Sweet. Gucci's still here. God, I hate these earphones. They really suck. Well, I think I'm going to give them to my mom because she isn't as picky on earphones. Then I'm going to get something else. Okay, so here's one. Okay. And then, hold on. Here's the other one. Okay. Now I'm going to show you. I'll do so then I ran the background search on them. I'm going to look more into these two, but I just ran the general background search, and then this is what I found. Hold on one second. Let me scroll down to the criminal. Here we go. Okay, so here it is. It's him, Kevin Clifford Shirley. So he has the unlawful speed. So that's one, which is no biggie, right? And then he has this, which he has a bunch of charges, right? He's got, can you guys hear me okay? Because I turned my mic way down because people saying it was really loud when I cut over from the video. Hopefully you guys can hear me. So we got battery, touch, or strike. Speed, failure to display registration, unlawful speed, reckless driving, driving while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So yeah. Battery, touch, or strike. So disposition dropped, abandoned. I don't know. So I want to look it up more in depth. I'm going to go to the county because these ones just kind of give a general thing. Failure to display registration, unlawful speed, 30 or less, reckless driving, DUI is first offense. Vehicle without lights between twilight to sunrise. And this is another charge, contempt of court. Contempt of court. He's a freaking lawyer. Oh my Lord. It's 2015 is the contempt of court. It's a criminal. Wait, what was the other one? What year? Hold on. The other one was 2019, and then that's the speed. Hold on. All right. Okay, hold on. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Now I can't. I want that to open up. Now it's not opening. Oh yeah, it is. Now it is. Wow. I just like, and the other one's 2015. So 2019, 2015, and two of them are 2015s. So the contempt of court and the battery and strike is 2015. The contempt of court is September 25th, 2015. And then the battery strike and all those DUI charges, all that, the charges that had a bunch of counts, that's November 2015. And then the unlawful speed is 2019. Kind of interesting, huh? I mean, he was better than the other one, though. The other one, was that Lee Hollander? Is that his other one? The confused look guy? Yeah. All right, let's try to get more through this. I don't know how much more longer I'll go, but at least one more witness. It's already 1:30, man. All right, so let me. Are you guys enjoying this? I mean, as far as like learning about, at least we could see what they had, at the trial. All right.
The state called Shanna Williamson.
Yes.
Oh. Look, that was about.
If you just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in. That's okay, right there.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
All right, let me take a stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Shanna Williamson,
Ms. Williamson, where are you employed?
Benson and Associates Interior Design.
How long have you been employed with them?
10 years.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Does this exhibit show the interior design firm where you work?
Yes, our building is to the left, and we had a design library in the building on the right.
So if I'm pointing to where the silver car is this part of the building there?
Yes, that's our office.
And then this area to the right of that, is that the,
That's a separate rental.
okay, so that's not yours
The gray building on the right is the design library.
over here?
Yes.
And which door is it?
It was the far right door. I'm not sure if you can see the
All
door
the way
right
over
there.
to behind this tree somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. And are those still your offices today?
The building on the left is yes, but the building on the right no longer is our office.
And you're still employed there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit number that is, please?
Sure, it states Exhibit 19.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
What time did you get to work?
Probably 7:15, 7:30 a.m.
Now, did anything happen once you arrived to work?
I was in the office and we had a design librarian at the time in the building to the right. And she was in there. She called us from the phone to the office on the other side. And she said, there's a commotion next door. Someone has hit one of my coworkers' cars, looks like a fender bender, and there's an argument. You guys should lock the doors and not come out. And
Did you, so again, your coworker had to call because she's in the gray building and you're over in the other building?
correct.
When she told you to lock the doors because of the commotion, did you lock the doors?
No,
What did you do?
I went outside. I thought there was some type of a fender bender, so I wanted to go out and get insurance information for my coworker.
What did you see when you got outside?
As I was walking out the building, the girls in the office were telling me not to go outside because they had seen someone hit our neighbor next door, Mila. So I ran out there, and as I turned the corner, Mila was up on the second level, and there was a man up there with her, kind of grabbing her by the throat, and they were having an altercation.
And you said Mila was your neighbor. Did you know her well?
No.
Just somebody that you knew in passing?
Right.
And what color was Mila's hair at the time?
Blonde.
So when you got outside, they were already upstairs on that second level?
Second level balcony.
Where were they at when you observed the man with his hand on her neck?
Second level balcony.
Okay, so were they, I'm just going to point to the picture here. Were they closer to the stairs or more over
They
toward
were
the spa?
farther to the right on the second level.
And the man that you saw with his hand on her neck, could you describe what observations you made of him?
Tall, was not wearing a shirt, was being very aggressive with her.
Okay. And you say he's being aggressive. Could you just describe to the jurors what it was that you saw that caused you to determine he was acting aggressively?
Yeah, when I walked around the corner, I had heard the girls in the office say, "Oh my God, he hit her." And as I walked around, I could see him holding her up against the window, and she was screaming, saying, "Help, he's trying to kill me." And I saw that, immediately shouted, "Stop, let her go. What are you doing?" And he turned around and saw me, and I think it caused an interruption. She was able to get away.
So when he has his hand on her neck and she's yelling, "Help, he's trying to kill me," what type of voice was she yelling in?
Screaming.
Did she seem terrified?
Yeah, very scared.
And when you yelled at him, describe what he did.
He turned around and he was in a way defending himself. I believe he said, "She hit me first," or I know he was trying to kind of defend his actions, basically.
So when you yelled at him, did it cause him then to turn around and engage with you?
Right.
Once he engaged with you, was she able to get away?
Yeah, so I was saying, "Run, like come, run." So she was able to run down the hallway, down the stairs, and my coworkers were in the building at the time. The door you can see on the left there, they unlocked that door, and we both went inside that door and locked it.
And the
behind us.
door that you're talking about, is it the one by the car?
Correct.
So you told her to run, she was able to run in, and then you locked the door?
Right.
And did you keep it locked until law enforcement came?
We did.
Did you ever see the man that was strangling her again at that moment?
No, we did not see him again.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
Okay.
Then from your angle, how close did you get to the two of them?
I was standing probably about where that silver car was, a little bit to the right, maybe.
One on the left of the photo?
Correct.
And where were they?
They were on the second level balcony.
In the building in the back?
The building in the back.
Did you ever see him hit her?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him hit her.
Okay. Thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, and ask that she be excused.
All right, you can step down. Any objection for being excused?
Objection.
You're excused. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge, say we call Officer Tim McCormick.
All right, sir. You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take a stand. You may proceed.
Morning, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name's Timothy McCormick. I was a police officer at City of Fort Myers.
How long were you an officer with the City of Fort Myers?
Just over 15 years.
Back in October of 2019, were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And how long had you been working as a police officer at that time?
Just under 13 years, I believe.
And what were you doing? What were your duties and roles as the police officer back in 2019?
At that time, I was a senior patrol officer, and I was on alpha shift and assigned to patrol.
What's a senior patrol officer do, sir?
Basically, we respond to calls for service, assist the public in any way, shape, or form, and protect and serve the city of Fort Myers.
When you say alpha shift, what do you mean?
That's the assigned shift. Shifts are broken into 12-hour periods, and I was on the alpha shift from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Now, specifically directing your attention to the 7th of October of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation involving a battery that occurred at a spa known as Mila's Spa, involving a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I did.
And what was the extent of your involvement in that particular case?
I was called to the scene of a reported battery on West First Street in front of the Mila Spa. Upon arrival with other officers, we made contact with the victim.
And was the investigation ultimately turned over to an officer to conduct that?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do in response to turning that investigation over to that officer?
I turned the investigation over to the officer, and I patrolled the area to see if the identified subject would possibly still be in the area.
And were you able to locate him?
Not at the initial time, no.
At what time were you able to locate him?
I was contacted by an acquaintance and said that.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you receive information with regards to the whereabouts of a individual who later became known to you as Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And when you received that information, what did you do in response?
I responded to the area and looked for the described vehicle and the person that I had identified as Wade Wilson by his driver's license photo and the photo and the LCSO records.
And when you say you went to a specific location, which location was that?
It was Joe's Crab Shack on West First Street.
And when you made contact with that individual at Joe's Crab Shack, were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
What exactly is a body cam?
A body worn camera is a camera that all police officers issue, and the standard policy at Fort Myers Police Department, as most police departments, is that as soon as you as soon as you get the call, you activate your body camera. Also in our cars, we have an automatic system where if you turn on the overhead lights, it automatically starts your body camera.
And were you wearing a body camera on that particular date and time?
Yes, I was.
Judge, let the record reflect between producing Martin States number 34 and 35.
Is it 34 and 35?
Yes, Your Honor. Approach.
You may.
Department, I'm showing you some producing Martin States number 34. I ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the parking lot there at Joe's Crab Shack?
Yes, it does.
And I'm also handing you what's producing Martin States number 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the recording of my body cam.
Okay. And does that body cam fairly and accurately depict your interaction with Mr. Wilson on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, by my initials, it does. You showed it to me in your office and I initialed it.
Okay. And this is essentially the same or similar conditions when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge, statement moves states number 34 and 35 into evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So we're looking here at State's exhibit number 34. That is, in fact, the parking lot there of Joe's Crab Shack.
That is.
Where in relationship to Mila Spa is Joe's Crab Shack?
It's, if you're sitting in the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack as it's depicted, and your car was backed into a spot, say next to the white car right there. If you look to your left across the street is where Mila Spa would be.
Wait, can I show you guys something real quick? I was looking up that where they found Diane Ruiz. And just to kind of like, because if you guys haven't noticed, I like to know every little detail I possibly could find to visualize and understand exactly what happened. So I wanted to kind of see because when you look on the map, it's you think how didn't those other houses see him? But so when I went down onto the road map, the road view, I could kind of see, it kind of makes a little bit more sense how he did everything. Oh, thank you, Christy. Wait, Itch the Scratch. Did I thank you already? Thank you for joining. Sorry, I was looking at Google's Maps. Thank you. And thank you, Christy. Thank you guys for joining. All right, 1 second. Let me just show you guys real quick. Hold on. Take this down. Thank you guys, though. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. All right, hold on. All right, let me share. This one. Okay. So this is right here. You could even see they have a little memorial thing for her. So, and remember, we saw those pictures, and it looks like he put her wait, somewhere back here somewhere. So he drove. drove in here, probably. It's probably like right back there, I'm guessing. I don't know. Because remember when they showed the picture, it was like up against like a line of trees. So I'm guessing maybe here. I guess I'm surprised this person didn't see. Because I think the guy, I have to watch his thing. I think he was a house over, but he probably drove up, took the body, and then, unless if it was just, if she was just right there. I'm gonna have to look at those pictures again. But if you scroll back out, and if you remember the guy explaining, he said he saw the car back up like this, coming towards them. I think he said he was like right here somewhere. I don't think he said he was in this house. I have to watch it again, but I think he said he was like here, and he saw them reverse towards him and then pull out like this. So he probably was back here. It probably was about right here. So he probably drove back here. Maybe like drove around here like this. You know what I'm saying? Or he could have just went in like this. Take her body, then ran her over a couple times. Then when he left, he backed up. So I'm trying to think why he had to back. But he backs up, the guy said, and then saw him pull out like this. So yeah, that's the empty lot. So these people probably weren't home. Or wait, you know what though? Hold on a second. The guy that saw him, there was a neighbor that saw him go back and forth, back and forth. He was on the news clip. I don't know. Since I didn't see I haven't seen all of day two. We'll see if he testifies. Because the guy that testified said he only just seen him back up. Well, where's the guy that said he saw him go back and forth, like a bunch of times? Remember the neighbor? So maybe that's one of these houses. I don't know. Maybe he's still going to be testifying. But, yeah, so that's where he took her, little brat. Gosh, she sucks. So he could have like drove in this way and then kind of went around and then, put her over here and then, ran her over and then just backed up. I don't know why he would have to back up. I don't know. Yeah. Who knows why he did anything he did. He's a freaking jerk. Evil monster guy. All right. I just wanted to show you. I was looking at that. So I had to find it. All right. Oh wow, did somebody hold on a second. Rhonda, thank you. Wait, did I even thank you, Rhonda? Thank you. Sorry, I was thinking everybody else. I didn't even thank you. For some reason I was thinking that was the other one. Thank you. Are you still here? I hope you're here still so you hear me thanking you. I'm sorry, I somehow missed that at first. And thanks, Dark C. Hey, Dark C in the house. Thank you for gifting the memberships. I'm glad you made it. Yay. Got another mod in the house. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in broad daylight. In the freaking morning, basically. Late morning, he's doing that. So maybe those people were at work, some of the people. But I still am curious to see if that one that said they saw him go back and forth multiple times, if they testify or not. Because I'm pretty sure, unless if that's where I heard. I was thinking it was a news clip I heard, but maybe it was a test. Maybe he did testify. I don't know. I remember seeing somewhere the neighbor said that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There was somebody that was at the house that they seen him, and I don't know. I guess we'll see. We have how much of day two left? We have Yeah, we still have, we're not going to make it through day 2 tonight, you guys, because I do got to sleep sometime. Okay.
Now, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, could you please describe what his demeanor was like?
He was,
Oh, there's the gooch.
he seemed
See?
nervous, and when I spoke to him, he seemed a little defensive and uncooperative.
Did you know what anything he was wearing at the time?
He was shirtless, and I remember he was wearing a pair of pants that seemed to didn't fit him at the time.
And do you see the person that you made contact with there at Joe's Crab Shack in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right, and he's wearing a suit with a black tie.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant as well.
Okay.
Permission to publish the video, Judge?
You may.
How you doing? What's going on, man? You're waiting on your girlfriend? Oh, okay. That's no problem. No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in their car and everything like that. So. Oh, okay. She's on her way now. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Al 41 Divide 5. ETA? Copy on 1012. I'll explain it to you when my partner gets here, okay? Yeah. About this morning. Say again?
Thanks, Dee.
Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's gonna happen. Is the car running? Shut the.
You want me to play mine? Mine is like the raw thing. It's not like replayed on this. And also, I freaking subtitled it. Maybe I should.
It's off. I'm gonna detain you.
Hold on. I'm going to play mine. I have it already pulled up. Because I subtitled. I mean, I didn't get to hear everything in the subtitles, but you could see it better and you could hear it better. Okay, hold on.
Copy, I'm 1012. I'll explain to you when my partner gets here, okay?
Thanks.
Yeah. About this morning. Say again? Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's going to happen. Is the car running? Shut the car off for me. It's off. I'm going to detain you until I figure out what exactly is going on.
I'm just waiting on my girlfriend, sir. I told you, I don't want to be harassed.
Wait, you don't want any trouble from me because you're on probation, okay? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have you step out of the car and I'm going to detain you. Not arrest. Detain you right now. Okay? And I can't have any problems. You understand me? All right. What's that? Bike 5, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. By our procedures, I have to detain you. Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery? Okay. I will. No. Just relax. Let me see the keys to the car. Let me see the keys to the car. Keys. Keys. Wait, we're not going to have any problems. Just give me the keys to the car. Wade.
Sir, I didn't do anything. Look at me.
Okay. All right. Please. Just wait till my partner gets here. L41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey.
Alpha 8, we are out in there.
Don't do it. He's in his car. He's attempting to take off.
Okay. So that's the video they played at the trial that we were just watching. So let's continue. We'll skip over. I'm going to skip through it so we can.
Let me see the key to this car.
This has a little bit. Well, I guess not really. Okay.
And Mr. McCormick, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, did he appear to understand everything that you were telling him?
Yes.
And was he responding in kind to you?
He was basically denying everything that I was asking him to do.
When you're having a conversation with him, you're giving him certain commands and you're asking questions of him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was he responding appropriately? By appropriately, I mean, if one asks you if you had breakfast this morning and one would respond, yes, I had cereal, that would be an example of appropriate response. Was he responding to you appropriately?
Not complying to my commands, but yes, he was responding appropriately.
And when you told him specifically about a battery that occurred that morning, what was his response to you?
That there was no battery.
Okay. And he continued to deny that.
That's correct.
And when you advised him that you were going to detain him, he opted to leave the scene as an alternative choice to what you were telling him. Is that right?
Ultimately, yes, that was the outcome.
Is there anything else in that video that we were not able to understand that you recall specifically that Mr. Wilson had told you?
Not that I recall.
Did you follow or did you continue to follow him?
I did for a short period of time.
Okay. Why did you stop?
Because of the time of day and the amount of traffic on the road. It was around lunchtime It's somewhere there near lunchtime, and the amount of people on the road. At the time, I only had a non-pursuitable offense.
What does that mean?
That I only had misdemeanor battery at the time.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, there was no probable cause to continue any type of pursuit or have any other officers try to locate him at the time because of the nature of the offense we were dealing with.
And would that have been the protocol of your office?
Yes, that is.
Fair enough.
Life and safety of the community comes first.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Any questions?
No cross.
All right. You can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, can we approach?
Okay.
Through the driver's license records, which that's innocuous and harmless, but they checked part of the state attorney's office. But when we inquired of that gentleman regarding the identification process he said he checked through the driver's license records, which that's innocuous and harmless. But then he said LCSO, which is Lee County Sheriff's Office records. Our concern is that the jury may infer from that he has a prior criminal history as recorded in Lee County Sheriff's Office records. And in doing so, they are now unduly prejudiced because they are aware of a prior criminal history that our client has with that agency.
State.
Judge, the reference to LCSO records is so innocuous that I don't believe that it rises to the level of any type of prejudice whatsoever. LCSO records can mean just about anything, whether it's submitting fingerprints, for identification purposes, whether it's employment records, whether or not it's background check records. It's a lot of different things. There's absolutely nothing to reflect that LCSO records means anything other than the fact that it was just records. The fact that there is any type of criminal connotation attached to it is speculative at best, and we respectfully request the court to deny the objection from Mr. Out this time.
All right. Your response?
I have no further argument.
Any authority from either side?
No,
Okay.
sir. I didn't expect that this was going to come up.
Certainly understand. All right. Take a short recess. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes.
All right.
Brushing my teeth right now. What do you guys make out of that? Like, do you think it should be let in or not? Because they do say you got a warrant. I mean, he clearly does say you have a warrant. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Can't they just bleep that part out? Like, why couldn't they just play it and then bleep that part out? You know what I'm saying? Instead of giving up the whole thing, they could have just bleeped it out. But anyway, I was curious. So wait, they already played it for the jury, right? I guess I could have looked at the timestamps. Hold on. I have the timestamps. So what are we on? Day 2, right? Hold on. Day 2 timestamps. 236. So 248 is the next one.
I do find that.
Oh, let's see what he rules, though.
And then maybe erroneously admitted.
I like to hear sometimes. I like to hear their arguments because I learn. You learn like things.
Yes, go ahead if you want to put something on the record.
Absolutely. Judge, I'd like to direct the court's attention to Ruger versus State. It's cited at 941 Southern 2nd, 1182. It's a Florida 4th DCA case. In this particular case, Judge, the prosecutor had inquired of one of its witnesses how they knew the other person, and the person responded, from my understanding, he just recently got out of prison. The court went on to do an extensive analysis on this particular claim when the defense counsel moved for mistrial. and found that a ruling on a motion for mistrial is obviously within some discretion of the trial court, but it's only to be granted when it's necessary to ensure that the defendant reserves a fair trial or receives a fair trial. The court went on to cite a series of cases.
Well, let me answer that, because now I would have said, I'm answering this question right here. Normally, I would have said that was after both murders, but now I'm not sure about the body cam. That's why I need to figure out, because a lot of times those body cams, they're on UTC time, and a lot of the times they aren't pre-loaded in there. And for most part, when they're not, it doesn't have it. Like, I should find an example when they already account for that -5, -4, whatever their time zone is. They usually have it to the right. You could see -5, -6. They already they have it listed out. This one doesn't have it, which makes me believe they didn't account for that yet. So if they didn't, dude, I swear my calculations make that at 10 a.m. But I don't know. Maybe they did, and maybe there's things like maybe not all of them show. So if they did account for it, it's 3:18. If they didn't, it's 10 a.m. So I don't know. Did he ever say the time? I missed it. Did he give a time on when that was? Because, and then another thing that I have to go back and find in the documents is what time, and I might have missed it because dang it, we just heard the husband talking about her leaving for work. What time did she have to work? I might have to watch that again. I forgot to listen for that because I want to know what time was she been heading for work, because that can tell us. Because let's say it's like, let's say they say 9. Well, you know, another thing that's weird is it's confusing is the time that they saw him at that field. Wasn't that around 11? I got to get all the timeline on order. So I don't know, Scooby. I don't know. Because I don't know when they found, I have to figure out the time when they saw him driving in that empty lot. I got to get that all together. What do you guys think? Okay, hold on. She had left for work at 11 a.m. They said wait. They said she left at 9:30. Okay, so if she left at 9:30, how long? I mean, here's the thing. Like, if she left at 9:30, but she didn't have to work at 11, so she may have just still been walking on the road somewhere before 11. And that actually doesn't account for the UTC, the thing where you have to minus it, which makes it 10:18 a.m. That very well could be before Diane's murder, because he could have took off, then found Diane right there before she went to work. You know what I'm saying? And picked her up before she went to work at 11. Who knows? Like, she may have been just chilling. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just because she left at 9:30, she didn't have to be there till 11. So maybe she was walking around doing something. I don't know. But if you just look at the body cam, you would think it says 3:18, right? But I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into it. I know. I still don't know. Okay. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna look into it. I haven't had time because I've been staying up late with you guys and sleeping, and then getting to the next thing, or getting to like all the lives and the Kristen and the Mila and all that stuff. So I haven't had time to do that kind of digging. I'm gonna I might have to take a day off and like do some research, because I really want to figure that timeline out, because that's really important. Because I mean, it also is important. Oh, that's what I'm thinking. Never mind. What I was saying about 11 is that person that he had an encounter with. Remember? He barreled through the gate, freaking peed in her car. That was that morning, sometime between like 11 and 11:30. She got off her yoga class at 11. She said she walked home. So it could have been like 11:15, 11:30 when she got home. Who knows how long he was sitting in her house in the driveway. So that was around 11. So that makes me think wow, he would have had, like, if that's the case, let's say that body, that makes me think the body cam is at 3:18 is what I'm saying. Because if the body cam was at 10:18, he would have had to go pick Diane up, kill her, run her over. I guess he could have got that done in an hour. He probably could have got that done in like 40 minutes, but I would have to see how far away that house. So I'm still trying to get the location of that house. I know, Brenda, you've helped. I got to look at your stuff again. Get the location of the encounter, how far that is from where Diane was, and see if maybe that, I mean, he might have had time to do all that, but wait, the cop really didn't say a timing when he was on the stand? I can't believe I forgot to listen. The only thing is if I take a day off, then we'll never get the trial finished together. So I don't know. I got to figure it out. I want to get this done before. Josh's was after. So he went to Josh's shop after both murders. But good point. What time was it? I'll have to see. I got to get a timeline together. That's all that there is to it. That's going to be really important. Yeah. All right. I'm going to continue. I'm going to finish brushing my teeth. I flossed it, but then I like to use my mouthwash, and I'm going to, why am I telling you all this? I don't know. All right. I'm going to continue to the line.
Power versus State, 605 Southern 2nd, 856. Florida Supreme Court decision 1992, whereby they held that a witness's statement that he knew some history on the defendant, which apparently referred to the defendant's prior criminal history, was not so prejudicial as to require reversal. And the court emphasized that the reference was isolated and inadvertent and was not focused upon. The court even went so far as to cite a case, Ferguson versus State, 417 Southern 2nd, 639. 417 Southern 2nd, 639. Florida Supreme Court decision in 1982, whereby the witness testified that the defendant knew the person who allegedly orchestrated the killings because, quote unquote, my first time in prison, all three of us was together. Trial court overruled the general objection and denied a motion for mistrial. Supreme Court observed that the statements concerning the prior imprisonment of a defendant may be erroneously admitted, yet not be so prejudicial as to require reversal. Judge, in this particular case, the reference made to LCSO records so innocuous, so mild, that we believe that the comment was so brief and isolated and inadvertent that mistrial is not warranted in this case. And we respectfully request the court to deny the defendant's request for mistrial.
All right. Surely.
I don't have any evidence, any case law to the contrary, Judge.
All right, very well. I have taken the time. It's a significant motion, so I wanted to give it due time and consideration. So I have reviewed applicable case law. I do find that the comment was brief and was inadvertent, that it was not so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial. And so I will deny the motion for mistrial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Sean.
Yes. I'm sorry, what? Oh, there's exhibits that you all left up here on the Miss Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's exhibits you all left up here on the witness stand. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury back in? Miss Miller, are we ready to bring the jury back in? Okay. All right, let's bring it back in.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. And statement call the next witness.
The state calls Fanny Amlin.
Easy.
All right, good morning. If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Fanny Amlin,
Ms. Amlin, where do you currently live?
Columbus, Ohio.
Did you have a house here in Cape Coral back on October 7th of 2019?
I did, and I still do.
Okay. What is the address of that home?
2227 Northeast First Terrace, Cape Coral.
Were you at that house on October 7th, 2019?
Yes,
Did you leave the house at any point?
yes.
Could you just tell the jurors where you left to go?
We left to go to the airport to go back to Columbus.
What time about did you leave your home?
It was early morning, maybe 8:30. Early, I'm not sure.
When you left your house, was everything picked up and in its place?
Yes,
And were the doors locked?
yes,
And did you plan on having any guests or company staying at your house?
no,
At some time, did you receive a call from detectives once you had gotten to Ohio?
yes,
And did you learn that someone had broken into your home?
we did, yes.
Again, had you given any permission for someone to come
No.
to your home? And did you know the person that they found in your home?
No,
Had you ever spoken to Wade Wilson?
no,
Had you ever seen Wade Wilson?
no,
When he was arrested, he had told detectives he had taken some things from your home. Did you ever give permission for him to take anything
No.
from your home?
Okay, wait. I figured. Oh, come on. It's 11:18. It would have been 11:18. Why did I say? Why was I saying 10:18? So UTC time at that time in October, it makes it here. Let me share my screen so I could show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'll show you. Maybe hopefully you guys will be able to understand. I've studied this because I've done it for the Watts case. I learned about it, so I've had to do it for other cases. So it might you might not be able to understand right away if this is new to you. But so I looked up for Florida time zones, and for October, it's UTC -4, which the time said, and that makes sense. Lunchtime would be 11:18, almost 12 o'clock. That'd be lunchtime. So, what was I saying? Oh, so for you take like the military time, which it said like 15:18 or something like that, and you -4. You subtract 4, so it'd be 11:18. I think it's 18. Hold on. I mean, I think that's the time. It's 3 something. It's 15 something. I mean, if that makes sense. Hold on 1 second. I'll get the exact time. Hold on. Let me just rewind it. Okay. So It starts at, sorry, that's loud. It starts at, sorry, it's a pre-record. Okay. It starts, sorry, I have some of it covered up it starts at 15:18, which normally would be 3:18, but these body cams, like I said, are UTC time, and they didn't program it, because when it's programmed, it usually shows over here. So that makes it 11:18 a.m., which makes it, you know where he goes after this? He goes to encounter with that girl. So this is after he killed both of them, and he's on his way. This is probably right after he killed Diane, and he put her in that empty lot. Came here to meet Mila, and then he must go right to that. He probably is going to try to find Christine's house again, right? And he goes right to that lady's home. I mean, it fits the timeline, because she said her yoga ended at 11. I think she said like what, 11:15, 11:30. It was sometime after 11. So I think that's what it is. I'll double check all my facts, but I don't know how I was an hour off. It's -4. I was minusing 5. But yeah, so that's what you do, is you shows you like what month and how much you have to minus. So like in November, you'd -5, December -5, because it's daylight or daylight savings time, or not, you know? So yeah, so that makes sense. I think we got to figure it out, at least that, because I couldn't, it's like, how that doesn't fit, but yeah. So he probably, maybe Diane, I don't know, around 9:30, 10, who knows what time, around that time. So that fits. That definitely fits. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I can't believe I was off an hour. As OCD as I am, and how I kept saying like that doesn't, why is that not making sense? How I probably wasn't sleeping at that time. That day I probably needed sleep. Are you guys following though? It makes sense now. I hope. Does that make sense to you guys? So lunchtime would be correct, right? All right. So oh, whoa, are you serious? Oh, I'm sorry. How do you say your name? Rec Mama? Is it Rec Mama? Yeah, okay. I don't know how, I'm mad at myself. For like 2 days I looked it up, but maybe I just did my math wrong in my head. I don't know. And I'm really good at math. Oh well. My question's been answered. Yeah. So he kills Christine. He goes, assaults Mila, and goes, kills Diane. And as he's killing Diane, Mila's setting this whole thing up to meet at Joe's Crab Shack. He's constantly calling Mila, because remember, he's lost now. He can't get back. He stops and asks Diane for directions. He really was lost, I think, anyway. And then he sees her, does that. Mila set this up, arranges him to meet at Joe's Crab Shack. So it actually makes sense. The timeline makes a lot of sense now. Anyway, all right. I am gonna. Oh, what's the question? Itch the scratch. Oh, did I already answer it? Oh, when Scooby asked, yes. Okay, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna start finishing getting ready for bed, and then after this, probably this one, I might have to call it a night. Let me see timestamps. Where are we at? 2:50. So she's on for about 10 minutes, and then we might have to end with her, because after her it's Wade's dad, and Wade's dad is on an hour and a half. And I let's start with Wade's dad tomorrow, or when we come back. I'll probably do it tomorrow, since I'll just try to get up a little bit earlier and try to work on the timeline a little bit before. But yeah, so we're going to end it in about after this lady's testimony. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Hold on. Dang it. Hold on. Oh my Lord. I can't wait to get my new computer because the way I'm sharing the screen, I'm just, I'm not going to explain it. It's too hard to explain, but I just have to reshare it. All right. Okay, here we go.
$37, $37A, $37B as in boy, $37C, $37D as in dog, $37E, $37F, $37G as in girl, $37H, and $37I.
Oh, thank you, Blazing or Blazing Games. Thank you. Oh, and Dee Dee, I'm from Ohio. Thank you for the super chat and joining. Kentucky. Hey, Carrie.
Ms. Amlin, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
What does this exhibit show?
that's our house.
That's the house that you owned back in 2019 and the house you still currently own?
Right.
Then I'm going to show you the photographs. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize these photographs.
I can't tell what that is.
Just put it in perspective here. Goes with these three.
Oh, okay, yes. Yes.
All right. Look at those.
This is our kitchen.
Okay, you can just take a look and tell me, and I'll
Judge, we
ask you.
can't.
Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying, so you need to
Oh,
speak
I'm
up.
sorry.
No, not you, ma'am. I'm talking to the attorney.
Yeah, just you just look through them, and then I'll ask you some questions about them
Okay.
later.
Okay,
Do you recognize these photographs?
yes,
And do they fairly and accurately represent your home?
yes,
This time the state would move exhibits number 36 and 37, and then 37A through I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, be admitted.
All right, Ms. Amlin, is that your home?
yes.
We identified the exhibit.
36?
Thank you.
Then I'm going to start with 37. Is this a window to your home?
Yes,
Now, it appears that there's a pane of glass or some screen that's been removed. Was that removed prior to you leaving for Ohio?
no,
Okay, so there was a screen and glass there when you
Yes.
left. Now I'm showing you 37B, the screen and glass. Are those is that the screen and glass that was part of that window?
yes,
And were those actually broken?
yes,
And did they need to be repaired?
completely.
And how much did the repair cost approximately?
We think about 250. We bought a new window and put it in ourselves.
Okay, so around $250 for that. Then going to the inside of your home, actually I'll stay on the outside, 37A, we see the window and the screen behind that structure. Again, were those there when you left for Ohio?
No,
I think so. I think so.
Going now to the inside of your home, 37C. Do you recognize that backpack backpack or anything on the counter or the stool?
The backpack, yes,
Okay, and whose backpack is that?
that's ours.
Okay, and was that backpack left on the chair before you left? Where was the backpack located?
In the bedroom.
And then what about this, it looks like actually pants and shirt and belt that are sitting on the counter?
Those are probably my husband's.
And did your husband leave the belt or shorts or shirt on your kitchen counter?
No,
And if he had, you would have put them away?
right, we don't do that.
Then looking at 37D, that's just a close-up of a hat and backpack. Do you recognize that orange hat?
Not the orange hat,
Okay, but the backpack.
the black
you mentioned.
backpack, yes.
Now, looking at 37E, that's just the clothing that was set on top of your kitchen counter. Is that clothing, does that belong to your husband?
Not those two, no,
And so you don't recognize those or know where they would have come from?
no,
But again, they weren't there when you left?
no.
Looking at 37F, do you recognize that belt?
Honestly, no, I don't pay too much attention to belts.
All right. And when we look back at, actually, I'm going to just go on to the next one. 37G, did you leave your cupboards open?
No,
37H, it appears there's some white
Can I just show you what it looks like? Sorry if that's loud. I'm trying not to come in loud. Can I show you what it looks like when the body cam is redacted or when they do program it to UTC time for future so you guys know? So if they already have minused them, whatever they need to minus, depending on if it's daylight savings time and what time zone you're in, this is what it'll look like. So you see that -6 up there? That's when they already do it. So if you don't see whatever, it'll be -6, -5, -4. You'll see a minus something, depending, like I said, on where they're at and what, if it's daylight savings time or not. And you'll see it when it's already there. So this one, they already did it. This is a tailored business one. But I just kind of wanted to give you an example of what to look for when they already have it accounted for. If not, you have to account for it yourself. So remember that when you're watching body cam. All right, back to this.
claw, empty cans and some, like a plastic Solo cup. Did you leave those empty cans in your cupboard there?
no,
And did you ever keep White Claw cans in your cupboard in that area?
no,
Then 37I, there are 5 empty cans of White Claw. Are those alcoholic beverages?
yes,
It's like a seltzer.
yes,
And did you and your husband have some drinks before you got on the airplane?
no.
Okay.
Those are in the
And
refrigerator.
so were those White Claws left out empty when you left?
No,
So all these were are different from how you left.
yes, those are all full and in the refrigerator.
And about how much does White Claw cost?
I think about $15. It did then, probably more now.
Now, did you end up, both you and your husband, give a statement to law enforcement?
When?
Did you just tell them about what happened when they contacted you, or that you didn't give him permission?
Oh, yes, I did. I was the only one up.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. The state tenders a witness.
All right.
No cross-examination.
All right. You may step down.
The state calls Stephen Testaseca. I'd ask that she be excused from her subpoena.
Any objections?
No objection.
Should be released.
I'm going to stop it. We're going to start that. Is it been as loud when I come in and talk? Because I've been trying not to. I don't know how it sounds though. I can't wait to hear my new mic. I hope it's better than this one. Okay, so the red Solo cup, yeah. But yeah, we'll continue here tomorrow, later, or I don't know, whenever. I can't give a time. I'm bad at that because I wake up, drink my coffee, get whatever I needed to get done in the morning, and then but I guess whenever I get situated, hopefully we'll definitely get through day 2, and then day 3 is just closing arguments. So tomorrow we could probably do day 2 and closing arguments, get that done, right? And then maybe, I don't know, then we still need to do, there's 2 days of after the verdict, guilty, and then they do the death sentence, 2 days. So we should be able to do it. We just might have to skip some of the like in between stuff maybe that we've been watching. Why am I not removing this? Here we go. Let me remove my screen. All right. But thanks for watching it with me. Oh, thanks. It's the Scratch. It's the Scratch. That's such a unique name. Because, wait, hold on. Because it wouldn't be Scratch the Itch. Hold on. Wait. Scratch. Yeah, it'd be Scratch the Itch, but you switch it around. Itch the Scratch, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking way too much into it. Because I guess if you, yeah, it would be Scratch the Itch, but you reversed it. Yeah, okay. I mean, that was my first thought when I read it. I'm like, oh, are you a girl? Or I don't know if I should call you he or she. But I was like, oh, they reversed it. And it made me laugh. But then when I was just saying it out loud, I'm like, wonder if I thought too much into it. Look how it looks red. Why does my lip do that? Dude, there's nothing. If I look in the mirror right now, my lip looks normal. These settings on this camera sometimes. And you know what? It makes me feel like I have to keep putting chapstick on because it's like, ooh, it looks chapped. But then on a normal level, if you like saw me in person, there's nothing there. There's nothing. I don't understand. Those of you that have been here before, you guys know my issue. It doesn't always show up like that. I think my settings of my camera something's off. Because sometimes I had it for like months where it was showing up and then I adjusted the settings and it was fine. I don't know. I have to see. I might have like exposure or something too high. Because it looks, that looks, anyway. Yeah, I think I have something too off. My camera settings, it's weird because like I have it like where I like it, but every time, even if I don't shut off my computer, somehow it'll like reset. But the weird thing is all the settings will be in the same spot, but it's not. Like, how do I describe it? The reason I know that something's off, so when I go and try to just put it back, it looks totally different, but it was the same spot. But somehow it gets off. I don't know how to, I know I'm not making much sense, but it would if you see what I'm talking about. But so I try to do it every time, but today I didn't have time. I just started the live and I didn't reset it. So that's why. But looks like Wade got to me, punched my lip or something. Anyway, you like it? Like it? I like it. Wait, you like my lip? Wait, how confused. They're funny. But thank you for the super chat too, by the way. I think did I say thank you or did I just read it? I'm seeing red by these last few, I would say this last week, well, since I've been covering Wade, because it's been intense and I've been covering it very intense where I'm just like working a lot. But I've been so excited to sleep every night. I've been sleeping so freaking good. Except I guess 2 nights I stayed up all night. But then, do you guys do that when you stay up all night? The next night, it feels so amazing to sleep. Now I slept last night, but I'm excited to sleep tonight. I'm not going to stay up tonight. Alicia, maybe. That's another thing. So this shirt, does it supposed to zip up or just, I was today earlier, I was like, wait, I forget how I wore it before. Is it supposed to zip up like this? But then is that like a turtleneck? Or... So then I was like, okay, that looks weird. And then who knows? Oh, that might be. I like the shirt because I love the bright colors. I know I'm kind of weird like that. I like all the weird, just random colors. That kind of looks all right. Thanks. I know I like it. I really do. I like the colors. Like those are like I love all these colors there, like the pink and the turquoise type and then the green. I have to admit, it is a pretty cool shirt or sweatshirt, whatever you call it. Any other ones? So wait, are they releasing a call? It's dude, the one time, this was like 2 nights ago, maybe 3 nights ago. I had my Raycons, okay? I turn it off. Everything, all the videos are off. And but I still have them in my ears, right? It must have been the night. It might have been the night I stayed up all night because I think I fell asleep for a minute at my desk with my narcolepsy. And but I had these in my ear, right? So I fall asleep. I wake up to like the sound in my ear. It's really loud. I'm like, oh, what the heck? I go and I exit out all the videos. There's no videos playing. Absolutely no videos playing. I was editing when I fell asleep. So that's why I had my earphones in. But I didn't have the editor playing or anything. So I'm like, okay. And then I go to all my tabs. There's nothing playing. Make sure everything stopped. I'm like, what am I hearing? These Raycons have never been connected to any other thing. I've only connected it to here. And I even checked my other stuff to make sure. I could not get it to turn off. So I exit out all my tabs. Nothing. Like, okay, so I'm going to exit. I like to keep my editor open, but like I see that there's nothing playing in my editor. Where is this sound coming from? I have no idea, but I'm like, okay, I'll exit out of my editor. It's still playing. You know what it was playing? It sounded like? But I swear I had everything exited out. My whole computer was blank. Where was this sound coming from? It was Hood. Remember Angela Hood? So the same thing. I think that was playing that day where I was live and I was reading. I think that's what was playing. But that kind of made sense in a way. At least the video was there. It didn't look like it was playing at that time, but at least there was a tab up for it. But there was nothing. I could not get it to turn off. I even I took my earphones out, put them back in. So Raycons are different. Like, you know how AirPods, when you take them out of your ear, they stop. Like it stops playing. Well, Raycons, I kind of like it that you could take it out and they still play. So like I could take these Raycons out and put them on my desk and you could still hear the audio still going through it. So I could still hear it. And I could still hear it in my case. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Because I wanted to continue editing. I had a little narcolepsy when I fell asleep, but now I want to continue editing. How am I going to edit when this video is playing in my ear that's not anywhere? It's like, I want to edit. What do I do? What did I end up doing? Hold on. Oh, I had to shut off my whole computer. I had to like restart my computer. I have no idea. There was nowhere on my freaking computer. Everything was exit out. It was so weird. I think that's how I stopped it. I think I just restarted. I was mad at it. I'm like, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna edit? Like what if I was thinking, what if I can't get it to stop? I can't edit when there's something playing over like constantly to edit like a new video. It was crazy. These Raycons have a mind of their own, I swear. I do not like them. I would not recommend them. No, I'm not happy with them at all. So well, thanks, Rana. Yeah. Oh wait, to say what, Trisha? Trisha, I'm the only creator to say what? See what those colors you see color. Wait, I do too. Hold on, Katie. I always thought that was like I call that my dream state. But is there something more to it? I call that like because me and Randy would get it too, but like we started getting it when I was still getting high. So I like chalked it up to like nodding out, freaking, staying up then and that kind of thing. So I kind of just chalked up to that. But now I've been sober for over 7 years and I still get it. So I call it dream state because that's what we called it. But it's like that's like in between like dreams, you're dreaming and awake, where I'm not fully asleep. But yes, like I could hear things. Yeah. That's called parasomnia? I was thinking maybe it was a part of the whole narcolepsy thing. I actually like it because it's like, I don't know, it almost feels like you're dreaming, but you're like half dreaming, half awake. I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah. I get that too. I don't know. Like I said, and I actually like it when it happens. I don't know why. It feels good. I don't know. I like that in between, whatever the heck it is. I don't know. It's not like it's like scary stuff. It's just almost like, I mean, I have a question, Katie. Does yours ever where you kind of answer, like you're like, you kind of like answer it or whatever, because you're like, it's almost like you're in a dream almost. That's how I look at it, but you're hearing something and you kind of like, you're answering it back. But since I'm half sleeping, half dreaming, I don't know if I'm actually like how much is coming out when I answer it. Does that make sense? I probably sound crazy, but I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, you kind of like answer it. Yeah. I like it. I don't know why it almost like feels good in that state. Like me and Randy, like even when I was still getting high in it, we used to love it. But like now like I said, I'm not getting high, but I still like it for some reason. I don't know. It just feels like you're like so relaxed and you just feel, I don't know. Yeah. It scared you? Wait, you get it too, Janessa? I think I am so like, I feel like I'm very aware, so like self-aware. Like for instance, when I would stay up for like weeks on meth and I would hallucinate, I always knew, like that's why I never like went nuts or went insane or whatever. And I literally would stay up for like weeks at a time, like a couple weeks at a time. 12 days, I think was my max, right? So not quite, I just say a couple weeks. It's almost a couple weeks, but, and I never like went to a point where like, I mean, definitely hallucinated. I actually liked it because as much as like you were hallucinating, but I always knew what it was. Yet it was so real, but I always knew. I don't know. It was like I was so self-aware of like what was going on that I never lost my mind or anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. So for instance, my whole point is when I'm in between this state and I hear things and respond or whatever, it doesn't scare me or anything. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool though. Not the staying up for a couple weeks on that not, but the whole in between, whatever insomnia it's called. Wait, did the doctor tell you that? Or did you get like diagnosed with it? Yeah, yeah. That's why I thought, Janessa, that like that's what it was. And that's probably what it started because that's when it started. But I've been sober and I still get it. Now I don't get it as often, but I mean I still get it regularly. I still have it regularly. So maybe I do get it as often actually. Maybe not quite as often when I was getting high. But no, I get it. I mean regularly I get in between. I mean it's not every night, but I mean probably sometimes a couple times a week, you know? So I don't know. Oh, and I've got sleep paralysis. That I hate. I know I only get that maybe a few times a year. Oh my gosh. And when I first started getting it, I didn't know what it was until recently. Until I would say the last maybe few years ago, I realized what it was. Dude, that I don't like. Oh my gosh. That is the weirdest feeling. Does anybody else have had it? So it's like you're awake, you're aware. My eyes are always shut. At least I'm thinking my eyes are always shut. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I ever had it where I could open my eyes. Now some people probably can. Does anybody does it with their eyes open? Mine's are always shut. And it's like you cannot move your body. And you're sleeping, but you're awake. I mean I shouldn't say you're sleeping, you're aware, you're conscious, you're awake, and you're trying to move, to wake up, you're trying to move your arm, you're trying to move your leg. Try so hard, you cannot move. You're like, why can't I move? Why can't I move? And my mind always goes to like, oh my God, am I dying? Am I dead? Like, I know I always have those thoughts when I'm doing it. And it's just like, and then I try so hard. I'm like, okay, move my arm, move my leg, I can't do it. I can't do it. You keep trying and trying. And then finally I get, you give up and then you fall asleep and then you'll end up waking up regular. But yeah, oh my God. Yeah, that the sleep paralysis. Now like I said, I only probably get that a few times a year, thank God, because how often do you get at Blazing Games? You're saying you get the sleep paralysis quite a bit? Like, what do you mean by that? I can't even imagine getting it like every week, but I'm sure people do. Like a few times a year. That's enough for me. Oh really? I could see how it would. I could see how it could probably make that worse. Wow. Oh, did you hear me explain it? It's like you're awake, but you can't move your body. So you're kind of just stuck in sleep paralysis. You're like paralyzed from sleep because when you sleep, you're like kind of like what do they call that word? Stops. Something stops in your brain so you don't move, or else you'd be like walking all around the house dreaming. So you're like, so basically you're in that where your body's still like paralyzed, but you're awake. So but you can't, like I can't even open my eyes. Blazing, are you able to open your eyes or not? Maybe nobody is. I know mine's always, because I can never see, it's always dark. Like I can never like see anything. So yeah, mine are always shut. So wait, Janessa, you get that too. Plus you have the insomnia thing. I wonder if it's all connected. Blazing, do you get the other thing we were talking about too? The parasomnia or whatever? Because I wonder if it's like all kind of like some, like you get them all kind of. You know what I'm saying? It's all part of something going on with us. Oh, you have? Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I bet. Oh, whoa, okay. So maybe is it more common that the eyes are open? Every few months? Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess that's probably it's just so random. It's like I don't know what brings it on. Wonder what it is. Like just I don't know. So wait, honestly, yeah, probably once a month. Okay. Okay, Christy. Gucci. So okay, a lot of people. It seems like a lot of people have had at least once. You get restless leg. My grandma has. I still. What is restless leg? Because I've had little like things. And I'm like, is this restless leg? Is this? But no, I don't. I don't have restless leg. But you know where you have like something where you're like, what does it feel like? Is it when like, like sometimes you feel like that's more withdrawals when I feel like I have to keep stretching. But what is it exactly? My grandma, what did my grandma explain it? How did she explain it? My grandma, not my grandma that lives here, but she was taking medicine for it. And she explained it like something like wait, what did she say? I feel like she said like her legs, like she had to keep moving her legs, but I can't remember why she felt like she had to keep moving, which makes sense, restless leg. But what does it feel like that makes you feel like you have to keep moving your legs? Like, is it hurt? Or is it just kind of like they jerk? Because sometimes I jerk a lot, but what? I don't know. It hurt? Okay. Oh, then it's like withdrawals. The one of the symptoms with opiate withdrawals, at least, well, yeah, I'm sure everybody gets it. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it's like you always feel like you want to keep stretching your legs because it hurts so bad. I describe it like the nerve pain is like your nerve, like every nerve in your body is like on fire and it just like hurts and it's just like it's like short circuited or something, all your nerves. So it always makes you want to just keep stretching your legs because it hurts. But I know that's not restless legs, that's withdrawals. But that's just one of the many fun freaking withdrawal symptoms. Yeah. Yeah, you want to like, yeah, yep. That's one of the things I get when I'm withdrawing. And then like, when I did withdraw, like I'm over that. And then of course, I hate that you can't sleep because it's like, just sleep it off. Yeah, you wish you could sleep it off. You literally can't sleep. That's the worst one because you feel so horrible and you can't sleep on top of it. And yeah, all your pain, the worst pain, your whole body is like aching. And like I said, your nerves feel like they're freaking like short circuited nerves that are just like pain everywhere. Oh, and then like after a couple days, then you get like the diarrhea or some people throw up, the sneezing, watery eyes, it all comes out. Yeah. And then after you start getting better physically, then you got all the horrible mental, like where you feel extremely sad for no reason. I mean, like you feel like somebody died, like really sad, like extreme sadness, but for absolutely no reason. Like you're mourning something, I guess you're mourning the drugs, but yeah, it's not fun. I don't recommend anybody even starting. It's not worth it. Yawning. Yes, I forgot about the yawning. The yawning, constant yawning. It's so weird. It's like sneezing, yawning, all the other stuff. I won't repeat it again. Yeah. And then the aches, like the nerve pain is the worst. Like your whole body, like it's like internally in your nerves, it hurts. Through, you guys know what I'm saying? Like inside, it's like, oh. Yeah, watery eyes. Yes, sweating. Oh my God, the sweating. The sweat. So it is, it's like freezing because you get like the sweats, like, and then you get cold after you sweat, and then you sweat and you get cold. Yep. Yeah. Yes. No, you're right. It's true. It's true because when you're on it, it almost makes you not. It decreases that. So when you come off of it, you start getting all the feelings. So basically, what it is everything that you've numbed for years is all just turning back on, and it's too much for your body to take. So the pain, like the pain receptors that you freaking numbed, now they're all just turning on. Like, so all of a sudden you feel everything. You're like, ah, um, and then the sex thing, it's just like, yeah, no, yep, that is true. We're just talking about withdrawal symptoms from, I don't know, we just started talking about, I usually do a wind down anyway. This is kind of a typical wind down where like at the end we just talk about whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of recovering addicts in here, there always is in my chat. And so we all could relate. But that's what we're talking about. And if you're not, like, you probably know somebody that is, Oh, you do? Cool. I'm a nice guy. Yay. A lot of people do. And then a lot of people don't. I'm trying to think the grinding of teeth. Hold on. See, I grind my teeth anyway, like when I'm sleeping. I'm trying to think if that's one. I don't know because I'm a night grinder. Anybody else have the grinding teeth? Maybe I do, and just with all the other symptoms, I never realized it because I kind of grind them at night anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not triggering anybody, because anybody that's just fresh, it probably would. I hope not. Is everybody okay? Oh, me too, Scooby. Oh my God. Me too. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, I am too. Uh, I'm that I'm a year off. I don't know if it's October, like I said before. I don't know if this October is going to make 8 years or 7 years. I think it's going to make 8 years sober. I don't know. I'm pretty sure 8 this October. Oh no, I'm yawning. But yeah, so the yawning, it's like you'll yawn like every minute. You just can't quit yawning. It's just very interesting. Like some of the symptoms is like, huh. Okay, good though. How are you feeling with the alcohol since that's more recent? Are you doing good? Oh, it is. Yep. Well, no, it ended up being heroin and meth. So I started off with like pills, for dang it. The pills would be like maybe 12, 13 years of just like, Vicodin, Oxycontin, Percocet every day. And then I don't want to say graduated, that's not the right word, but then changed and then switched over to heroin. And then when I started doing the heroin, started doing meth every day. So it was like both heroin and meth every day. And that went on for about 4 years of the heroin and meth every day. But yeah. Yeah, the reason switched to heroin because it was cheaper. Like you can't afford, like, you you end up building a tolerance. You're taking like 40 pills a day. You build a tolerance. And I know, like, to some people, be like, oh my God, you would die. No, you don't, because you're building a tolerance. And it just was like, that's too expensive. Like, you can't afford it. So a lot of people switch to heroin because it's a lot cheaper. And that's just what happened. But I was functional up until the heroin. I was a functional addict until I switched over, and then ended up being jobless, homeless, which actually maybe it's better that I switched to heroin, because if I was kept being functional, like, I might still be using now if I was able to still be functional, if you think about it. But because I switched to heroin and then meth, it became more, I hit rock bottom quicker. Once you hit rock bottom, sometimes that's what you need to make a huge change. So that, it might be actually a blessing in disguise, because if not, I might still be doing the pills and functioning. So there's a reason for everything. But yeah. Oh yeah, that's a lot of people. Yep. And they relapse because they don't have the tolerance, and then they do too much because they just do like what they used to do, but that's too much because they don't have the tolerance anymore. Yep. Or they overestimate, how much they could do. So even if they're like, okay, so I haven't done it in a while, I'll do a little bit less, but sometimes it's just too much. They overestimate it. So all right, guys, I am going to go to bed, I think. I'm anxious to go to bed. Oh, thanks, Brad. Thank you. Yes, it does. My YouTube channel is a huge help. Like, it's huge in my sobriety. Yes. It keeps me busy. It keeps me feel like I have a purpose. Keeps my mind off of it. Like, if I'm having like a rough time, I need to keep my mind busy, I just put it into my channel, Yes, it's a huge help. I don't know if I could have stayed sober this long without it, to be honest. Like, it's been a big part of my sobriety for sure. But oh yeah, it is. I have some in my drawer and in my car. I get it at my clinic. They give it out. Yeah. Narcan. Yeah. I try to keep it, and when it expires, I try to get, new stuff. So, because if it's expired, and they'll just give you new stuff. But yeah, it is important, because you don't know who you're going to freaking run across with this fentanyl epidemic. You could save somebody's life, So I would recommend everybody have some on them. They give them free. I mean, sure, you could find somewhere in your town where they're giving it free, and they'll teach you how to use it, and you might just save somebody's life. Yeah, anybody can get it. You talking about Narcan? Yeah, they'll give it to you. You'll be able to find somewhere to get it. Yeah. And they usually it's free. I mean, I feel like most places they'll just give it to you free. You don't have to buy it. They'll just give it to you. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, wait, you're little man? Like, how old? Or are you talking about, like, what do you mean by little man? All night. Kemba Miller. Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, you definitely could save people's lives. Oh, they've charged you? I'm talking about Narcan. They make you pay for it there? Wow, they don't here. Huh. I feel like most places they probably don't, I would think. Wow. Where are you at? Itch the Scratch. Why does that make me laugh when I say Itch the Scratch? That just makes me laugh. Oh my God. Wait, PDX, where is that? Why am I drawing a blank? I'm in PDX? What's PDX? I can't think of what that stands for. Oh, okay. Wow, they charge you $80 there? Oh, the airport code. Okay. Wow. But where at though? Are you sure there's not places that they would give it free? That's stupid because nobody, like, a lot of people aren't going to want to buy it then. They could save lives. Huh. Yeah, I've always thought it was free. It's definitely free here. But are you sure there's not a place somewhere there that they do give it free? Huh. Well, that sucks. Yeah. I don't think they even sell it here either. It's just they just give it out if you want. If you want it. Huh. Yeah, hold on a second. Ooh. See, I have mine right in my drawer. Oh yeah. I have a box in the car too. So I had one in my drawer and then one in my car. Got a twin pack. Two 4 milligram doses. Yeah. And they have a quick start guide and stuff. But they will even, I'm sure if wherever you get it, if you wanted, they would show you too. But they also have like a thing to show you. But yeah, I said we get it free here, but this is the nasal spray. Like what kind do you guys get? This is the one that goes in the nose. My lip. That's the ones they give around here. Oh, anyway. All right, guys, I'm going to end this. Everybody have a good night. See you tomorrow. Murfreesboro? Okay, Georgia. Okay. Yeah, Scorpio, we're still here. You have the same ones. Okay, cool. All right, bye everybody. Thanks for chatting. That was fun. Oh, hey, definitely not Wayne. Who are you? Garth? Oh, that's funny. Oh, good night, Blazing Games. I'm glad you stopped over. It was nice meeting you. Yeah, same. Not this time, though. I think I am gonna. Well, maybe I already said it a couple times, didn't I? All things. It's the scratch. It was nice chatting with you. Oh, Trisha, Katie, Alicia, hey Nicole, Gucci. We got Janessa, Christy. I'm a nice guy. Soul, all sane. Oh, cool. Yay. Scorpio. It's just me. Wow. Aw. Oh, I'm in Ohio. If you're asking me, Wayne, or not Wayne, Garth, sorry. Just messing with you, but no, I'm in Ohio. I should, huh? I don't know how to Amazon store, or is it just like where you just like put like a link for something that you bought? I'll have to look into that. I don't know exactly what that consists of. But you said a store? I'm a little behind on some stuff. Like I probably should know how to do that or what that is. I'll have to look into it. All right. Let me see if there's anybody else that when I scroll up I could say bye to. I think I said bye to everybody that I'm seeing as I scroll up. Yeah. Rhonda. Oh, Rhonda's probably already sleeping, right? Hi, A-Rock. E-Rock. H. Rivers. 6 hours. But, oh, wait, this is my second one tonight, too. I forgot I did part 1 trial. Remember I stopped it to go watch Jumpsuit Pablo? And then I came back. I think the first part I only was on for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. But still, that makes me on for 3 hours altogether. Or not 3. Why did I say 3? 8 hours? Hold on. I want to see how long my first one was. I'm guessing 2 hours, but let's see how bad my concept of time is. It felt like about 2 hours, my first one. Wait. Oh, hour and 40 minutes. The first one I did earlier. Okay, I wasn't too bad off. So I've been on, almost 8 hours today, live stream. But it's the trial though. That's the thing. These trials are all day because I'm, replaying the trial. So, all right. I was saying I'm really doing it now. It's hard. Why is it so hard to say bye? Okay, bye everybody. I'm really leaving, but bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, hey, Katie. Did I say hi to you, Katie, already? Well, I see a new name and I have to say hi. But I think I did say hi to Katie because Katie's the one. Oh, Beauty Obsession. Hey. Yeah, Katie's the one that told me to do the Amazon. That's right. And then Beauty Obsession is new. Carrie, I didn't get to say hi to her. See, y'all saying there. I mean, it's important sometimes to not end it right away. Christy, oh, all right. Now I'm really going. Bye.